back. Did you guys miss me? I missed you too. It's been a long time. I've been deathly ill. Like literally could not get out of bed on Friday. It was bad. It was really bad. It was so bad. We dropped videos all weekend while I've been in bed. And y'all have been leaving comments and you're like, AV, what happened to you? Like what happened to your voice? You know, all of a sudden you got some bass in your voice.
It's like you just sounded like this. Who is this person? Where did that come from? You can't be sick. I'm having a withdrawal. Where you at, AV? We gotta watch the trial. We gotta watch it now.
And so I'm back. And so today is day 163, and Max Shard is cross-examining this lady. It's gonna be amazing. Anyway, do me a favor, hit the like button on your way in. We are gonna jump right on into the trial and get started. Yeah, you missed me, you know you did. That was funny, come on, that was funny. I've had a lot of time to think in my bed. All right, so if we're doing a stream again, this is how we're starting off. Let us come all the way to the beginning of the day. Lots of TiVo time accumulated, and look at that, because they were gone for a significant amount of time this morning. Wow. All right, looks like court starts right around here. Don't forget to hit the like button for me on your way in. Let me know what you have in your cup. I have ginger ale, sadly.
Thank you. Everybody can be seated. Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Investigator Vivarito.
Good morning.
Are both those mics being used?
This one is.
Oh, it's fixed.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So, Investigator Vivarito, where we left off yesterday, we were talking about a post that was captured by you that showed Quamarvius Nichols with some writing on the picture, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We are going to get back to that later.
Sure.
Okay, so we're going to switch to another topic right now. But it is about the posts from March 2022 that you collected.
Okay.
Okay. The reality is in March 2022, you observed and collected some posts that you felt were relevant
Sure.
and that you felt were derogatory or mocking both the Christian McMiller and Darius Ford situation.
I'd have to see which posts were.
Well, we're going to get to individual
Okay.
posts, but some of the posts were derogatory and mocking Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
Correct.
And then you also pulled posts that you thought were derogatory or referencing or mocking Shamel Drinks' death. Is
Correct.
that correct? Okay. And let's be clear. As an investigator, you are not saying just because someone posts something derogatory or mocking or referencing the death of another individual, that means that they committed that crime. You are not saying that, are you?
That is correct.
Okay. And I just want to talk to you about a couple of these posts. I'm going to bring them up to you, okay? These are all this is a bundle of the posts that you collected that are in evidence, correct?
Sure.
All right, may I approach?
Yes.
For instance, you observed some posts that were made following the Christian McMiller Darius Ford double homicide
Correct.
on March 10th going into March 11th. And these posts were in the days following.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Knight, could you do me a favor and publish what's been admitted as 457 VV? Okay. Investigator Vivarito, this is a post posted by one ABG _ Big Nick, correct?
Correct.
And you know this person from the picture and also from his name on Instagram to be Nicholas Johnson.
Correct.
Okay. And in this post, when was this post collected by you?
That was collected, would have been around 8:20 on March 11th.
March 11th. Okay. So this is the morning after Christian McMiller and Darius Ford were gunned down.
The evening, 8:20 p.m.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, the evening after.
Correct.
About 20 hours after, 21 hours, or 19 hours after.
Somewhere around there.
Okay. And this post includes a, says slime and chalk.
Correct.
Okay. And you viewed this as a clear reference to Darius Ford and Christian McMiller being murdered in reference to a chalk outline of a body on the street.
Correct. Coupled with my knowledge and interactions with Mr. Johnson in the past, yes.
Right. I think you testified that Mr. Johnson, in your opinion, he is associated with Atlanta Blood Gang. Or,
He's documented as a member, and he's also a fixture at 12 Atlanta daily.
okay. So you saw this post, posted the next day, referencing the death, mocking slime and chalk. Mr. Johnson has not been charged for the murders of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, correct?
Correct.
And the reason he hasn't been charged is because posting something like this, while it is insensitive, while it may be wrong, it doesn't mean that he killed Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, does it?
Correct. There's other things we would look at, like if he was in the vicinity of the murder on camera, coupled with a post that's not great, that would be something we take into consideration, but that didn't happen.
And Investigator Vivarito, I knew you were going to be dying to say that, and we are going to talk about all the surveillance videos and all of the situation involving Mr. Drinks when we get to it, when I get to it, okay?
Talk
But I'm
dirty,
asking you
Max.
specifically about posts. Posts that is not a confession to killing Darius Ford or Christian McMiller, is it?
Absolutely not. But as an investigator, you need to look at things as a whole to piece things together, leading you towards suspects. So-
Okay, and that's why you collected this.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Knight, I'm going to ask you to publish 462 VV. Okay. 462 VV is two posts that showed up on this page labeled Joey _ Hurst 24, correct?
Correct.
All right, and on the left is Christian McMiller,
Correct.
and on the right is Darius Ford.
Correct.
And they're fairly self-explanatory. They're mocking the death of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford, correct?
Correct.
All right, and this was posted when?
I
have to
know
see
that
timing.
post does not say what it
Okay,
says.
so you're not,
Hold on, let's look at this. So there's two pictures. And apparently, these pieces of evidence are making fun of the people that have passed away. So the one on the left, this is cold. This is really cold. It says, "Ha ha, now you fatherless." Damn. And the one on the right says, "Smoke in your pack." Which one do you guys think is more disrespectful? My vote is the one on the left. That is crazy.
And that's fine. Was it posted after the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I understand your belief is that this is a trolling page or a fake page. Is that correct?
It's a page, yes, it's a page that we had not seen surface really or be vocal until this point.
Now, and certainly when you see a page like this, there are certain investigative things that you could do to try to determine who is behind this page, correct?
Correct.
You could subpoena Instagram, you could check IP addresses to see who set up the page, etc.
You could.
Okay. You or anyone else that you know of did no such thing to try to determine who Joey Hurst was?
No.
The government name. Okay. And the reason you didn't, and I'm not trying to beat you up, the reason you didn't go through those steps, if you thought this was a confession, and you thought this meant that Joey Hurst killed Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford, you certainly would have gone through those steps to uncover who it is behind this post, if you thought that was the killer.
If I thought that was, but the investigation led us to other suspects.
Okay. The bottom line is you did not view these posts as signifying that whoever was behind this account was the killer of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford. You didn't view it that way.
Correct. The individuals that were making posts who we deemed as suspects, they were further investigated, whether it be cell phone extractions or social media.
Okay. 456 VV. Please, Ms. Knight. Thank you. Okay, and this post was collected on March 11th, 2022 at 11:30 p.m., correct?
Correct?
Okay, so again, about a day after Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford were killed.
Correct.
Okay, and you testified on direct about what you thought new op pack just came in. It's kind of like we're smoking on our ops.
Correct.
Okay. Certainly not kind, not nice, not sympathetic, and it's showing approval for what happened, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this page is another one that you didn't know the government name of the person behind it.
Correct.
Okay, and you didn't go through any investigative steps, or anyone else that you know of go through any investigative steps to determine the person behind it.
Correct.
Okay, and the reason again is because this post, you didn't take it as a confession. You didn't take this post as saying, I'm the person who did it.
Correct.
Okay, cool. Finally, we're going to talk about Kelvin Watts.
Okay.
Okay, Kelvin Watts has not been arrested for the Christian McMiller or Darius Ford murder, has he?
He has not.
Okay. And this has all happened 2 years ago at
Correct.
this point. Okay. Really 2.5 years ago, more than 2.5 years ago. Mr. Watts made several posts regarding the death of Darius Ford and Christian McMiller.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Knight, could you please publish 473 VV for me? Okay, in 473 VV, that's posted by Shell Kel Nutlife, correct?
Correct.
And you know that to be Kelvin Watts.
Correct.
And this was posted shortly after the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
Correct.
Okay, and this actually depicts Mr. Donovan Thomas.
Correct.
And underneath Mr. Thomas's left eye are two shells.
Correct.
Okay, and as an investigator, you're aware of like prison tattoos or eye teardrops under an eye, correct?
Yes, that's what I spoke about on direct.
Okay, right. And you took this as kind of a play on the teardrops under the eyes of two shells indicating two bodies, Darius Ford and Christian McMiller.
Correct. The first time we started seeing the two shells under the eye was after the death of Christian Ford and Darius McMiller, I think, in days following.
Okay, Ms. Knight, could you please publish 461 VV? Okay, and here's another picture of Shell Kel or Kelvin Watts that posted shortly after the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and these are, you got to look a little close, but I see the big shell off of his hair, but then there's two little shells under his left eye.
Correct.
Okay, and again, that's a post that you interpreted to be a reference to the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Knight, if you could publish 454 VV, please. Okay, in this post, again, shortly after the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, correct?
This was in the hours after they were killed, yes.
And this is on Kelvin Watts' page.
Yes.
And again, we see the two shells,
Correct.
okay? And that had significance to you because there was two dead bodies.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And 460 VV, please, Ms. Knight. Okay, again, here, this was posted shortly after the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
Correct.
And we have two shells, right?
Correct.
And we have a smiley face, except the lips are zip tied or zipped up, I guess,
Correct.
and a black heart.
Correct.
Okay, and this was on Mr. Kelvin Watts' page.
Correct.
All right. Also, and Ms. Knight, thank you. Also, you're aware that Shell Kel or Kelvin Watts has made a song that references Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, correct?
He may have.
You never heard Mafia Story by Shell Kel and Third World?
I haven't, but it would not surprise me if he did.
I heard my ops died like some thoughts, referring to two snakes dying with their eyes wide open and their tongues out. Crime scene nasty in a fast car, died in empty traffic.
That sounds about on brand for Kelvin Watts.
Okay, and that was a reference to the Kia Stinger, the fast car is Kia Stinger that Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford were in.
That sounds about right.
Were Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford riding in a Kia Stinger?
They were in a gray and color Kia Stinger.
Okay, and were they in fact shot on the highway?
Yes, they were on the highway.
Okay. Mr. Watts, despite these 4 posts that you collected and this song, has not been charged with the murder of Christian McMiller or Darius Ford, has he?
No, he has not, but that's also an open investigation that's not assigned to me. So
Okay, that's fine.
But-
So, but the answer is he has
He
not
has
been
not.
charged. And it's just 2 years, 8 months later.
it's still open active investigation.
Right, and you've had these, you collected these postings that Mr. Watts made way back in March of 2022.
Correct, but, so investigations, just the social media posts aren't enough to arrive at probable cause. You'd need him maybe on video at the crime scene, before that murder, things of that nature. So if the social media was enough for probable cause, a lot of people probably would have gone to jail for this, but we don't do that.
Right, because there were a lot of people posting on social media.
Correct.
A lot of people posting horrible things on social media.
But unfortunately, nobody was on camera at the scene or there, there was no knife.
Agenda today, and I know that you want to talk about the security cameras, and we will absolutely talk about the security cameras, I promise you.
Commentary and, well,
2:01 a.m.
Hang on, guys. We just had a weird time jump from lawn crime.
It's a call. All right, here we go. This is the one I mentioned. You said, do you remember those 5 calls?
I do.
Okay. Was Shannon Stillwell, Miles Farley, who's a small man, right? He is a small gentleman.
20 calls out of a bag. It was calls that
Were
Hold on,
played
y'all.
for the jury, yeah,
Correct.
about the wiretap. Not to, certainly not to inform the subscriber.
correct.
So no one, to your knowledge, no one told Mr. Garlington that he's being recorded,
Correct.
okay, because that would defeat the purpose of the wiretap,
Correct.
right? And to your knowledge, no one told anyone else that there was a wiretap on Mr. Garlington's phone.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the state referred to the calls that were played.
Sorry about that, guys. We just kind of lost our place. Sometimes with the long crime feed, it will automatically refresh and bring you to current state. So I'm just putting us back here where we were. I remember it was right around this time because I was looking at the clock in the back end. So we'll just pick it up from right here, okay? Sorry about that.
Played for the jury yesterday as a sampling. What was played to the jury wasn't exactly a random sampling of the calls, was it?
No, all of the calls were turned over, and it's my understanding that they had to be narrowed down.
Right. The state, in preparation of your testimony, they gave you a CD or some sort of flash drive with a number of calls that they chose and asked you to review them, correct? So you could speak intelligently about them.
Yes.
Okay. So it wasn't a random sampling, it was calls that the state chose to focus on.
It's my understanding that the prosecution and the defense decided on what could and would be played. So it wasn't just random, let me pick 20 calls out of a bag. It was calls that were relevant to the case.
Right. Yeah, right. I'm just saying it just wasn't some random sample.
Correct.
It was focused.
Correct.
Okay. And so let's talk about some of the calls. We're going to talk about specific calls in a minute, but if you go back to what was played yesterday on that wiretap of Mr. Garlington's phone, there were calls, repeated calls about keeping Miles Farley, who's a small man, right? He is a small gentleman, physically small.
Small, yes.
Okay. Talk about keeping Miles Farley from being violated or attacked at the Rice Street Jail, right? We heard several calls about Miles Farley and keeping him safe.
Correct.
Okay. We heard call, and do you have the call logs in front of you or anything?
I do not.
Okay. When you were testifying yesterday, what were you using to keep track of what calls which?
I didn't have anything in front of me.
Okay. Well, we heard call 2532 from April 3rd, 2534 from April 3rd, 2628 from April 4th, 3501 from April 13th, and 3697 from April 14th, all about Miles Farley and being in jail. Do you remember those 5 calls?
I do.
Okay. Was Shannon Stillwell a party to any of those calls?
He was not.
Okay. We also heard a call 3683 from April 14th about, and you could probably tell me who the people were. It was Demekion Garlington and someone about flying a drone into the jail, it seemed.
Correct.
Okay. Was Shannon Stillwell a party to that call?
He was not.
Okay. Then we also heard about Demekion Garlington going on and on about running into someone named Blizzy at some hotel in Cobb County.
Correct.
Okay. To your understanding, was Shannon Stillwell present for any of those events in Cobb County?
No, I believe he was in custody.
He
at
was
the
in
time.
custody. So he wasn't involved with any of those things that Demekion was talking about, running into Blizzy in Cobb County.
Correct.
All right. And then we also heard a call between, I believe, Demekion Garlington and Antonio Sumlin, and it sounded, and this was call 3171 and 3172 from April 9th, about seeing someone wearing some jewelry, and they were asking if you have a slider car with paper tags. It sounded like they were trying to come up with a way to commit a crime, a robbery, right?
Correct.
Okay. Was Shannon a party to that call?
No.
Okay. And Shannon was in jail at that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so he was not involved in that situation at all either, correct? All right, cool. All right. I'm going to talk to you about specific calls that have already been played. March 14th, 2022 at 9:59 p.m. It's call 335, okay? It's a call where you testified, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was a call between Demekion Garlington and a gentleman named DeMarco Boyer.
That is correct.
Okay, and that's at 9:59 p.m.
Correct.
Do you know how many, 9:59 and how many seconds? Are you aware of that?
I would have to look at the log for the seconds.
Okay. And in that call, Garlington instructs Boyer to switch to video.
Correct.
Okay. Now, based on your investigation, you said Boyer was at the gas station,
Correct.
and you also said, well, you were about to say, and then I cut you off. Boyer, your investigation has concluded that Boyer was in Mr. Nichols' car.
Correct.
Okay, so, and you're basing that on your investigation. You're also basing on the fact that Miles Farley in that video, when he goes back to the car, gets into the back seat at the BP.
That and there are calls from the wire that
Okay.
say that he's in the car. Yes.
Fair. So this call at 9:59 between Garlington and Boyer, your investigation is Garlington, this is your investigation, is Garlington is in Mr. Stillwell's rented white Audi.
Correct.
And shout out to the Little Gaming Channel. You're so right. So right. Very little evidence. Let's keep going.
And Mr. Boyer, who's not charged in
Correct.
this case, is a passenger in Mr. Nichols' Ford Fusion.
Correct.
Okay, white Ford Fusion.
Correct.
Okay. Your investigation, based on the time on the surveillance video from the FedEx surveillance, is that the shooting happened around 10:01 p.m., correct?
I don't know if it's based on the time on the FedEx video.
Okay, well, what's your understanding of when the shooting occurred? If you know.
I don't know how they arrived at 10:02, but I know that's when both cars pull off. Shortly thereafter, within probably a minute or two, the cars pull off from the gas station.
Okay. Now, what I want to know is, it's a matter of timing. The 9:59 and however many seconds that this call is made where eventually Garlington tells Boyer to go to video. that 9:59 and however many seconds is based on the clock used during your wiretap. That's where we get that time,
Correct.
right? Okay, so that's based on the wiretap time. Okay. So, and then of course, after they hang up, then do you know if there was a subsequent video or FaceTime call?
I believe you could see the data transmission come through
Okay, and do you know how long that call was or when exactly when it took place?
immediately after, but I would have to look at the log.
Okay. And my question is, we have three different sets of time here. We have the wiretap time,
Correct?
we have the FedEx video time,
Correct?
and we have a BP video time.
Correct?
Okay. Are any of those, to your knowledge, are any of those three separate surveillance systems synced up?
They're not. So typically what you would have to do is go back and sync them because I know the wiretap is a constant. I know that's an accurate time.
Okay, so you know, and that's fine. So you know the wiretap is an accurate time, but we don't know if the FedEx is an accurate time or the BP is an accurate time.
I'd have to look at the timestamps on both.
Okay, so I guess what I'm getting at is we can't just go by the BP time and go to 9:59 and however many seconds and say, oh, that's when that call was placed.
I went off of the wiretap data.
Right, exactly.
Correct.
Right, and that's what you were in charge of the wiretap. You went, but I'm going to go back to my question, and that makes complete sense to me that you went off the wiretap time. But we cannot go back to the BP and look at the BP at 9:59 and however many seconds and say that's when this call was made, because those two timing systems between the wiretap and the surveillance might not be synced up.
Correct. I'm not sure if they were or they weren't, but typically that's something I double check.
Okay, and the same thing for the FedEx. We can't look at the FedEx time and just go to 9:59 and however many seconds and say, oh, this is the exact time when that call was between Mr. Garlington and Mr. Boyer, between those two cars was made. We can't do that, can we?
Correct. I go with what I know to be constant.
Gotcha. So all you're saying is 9:59 on the wiretap time.
Correct.
Awesome. Okay. Mr. Atkins or Miss Knight, and I should ask you, could you please publish what you played yesterday at call 350? I'm going to ask some questions first. Thank you. So, yeah, I'm going to give you a couple minutes. All right, I'm going to talk really slow because I got to give Mr. Atkins a couple minutes.
Okay.
Okay. So we listened to another call at 2:01 a.m. between, do you know who that call was between?
I'd have to hear it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna cut to the chase. You said in court that you heard someone say, riding by the scene.
I don't know if I said that verbatim, but they're riding back through, I think is the direct quote.
And you said, but you said the scene.
They may have been riding back through the scene.
Okay, well, do you now know what call I'm talking about?
I know which call you're referring to, yes.
All right, and if you, and do you know who the speakers were?
Well, if it's from the wiretap, one would have been in Garlington.
Right.
And then I believe the other one may have been Boyer. I have to hear the call. I don't want to misspeak on it.
Okay, and people were fussing with each other. Someone was fussing with someone about not having a ride to get back to where they needed to go is essentially the gist of the call, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, if you could play, if you could publish. Right, and whatever, okay. Yes, if you could just publish, and I'm going to stop after about 40 seconds.
Bro, who that was? The nigga right got an idea and shit.
Okay, could you pause it?
Oh, for real?
All right, now, Miss Investigator Vivarito, where, do you know who the speakers are?
I believe it's Boyer, but I need to hear a little bit more. That was kind of muffled.
That's fair. All right, Miss Hilton, if you could. Yep.
Yeah, RP, the YP Ray. Yeah, I don't even know him. That who got his change? That who changed little J5 to Jason? Oh, for real? Yeah, the YP Ray nigga. Oh, I ain't even know that. Yeah, that little PLK nigga. Oh yeah, I had a J5 with me last night. That's probably what it was. I put him on. Yeah, that who changed it. Oh damn! What I say? Yeah. Buddy came and followed me. I followed his ass back. Hey, talking about what's fuck wrong with him? What you talking about? I'm trying to get the other care data address right quick and care address. He testing the young crew. Somebody he finna send a bit. For real? Somebody he gonna send a bit somewhere late where the spot at.
Okay.
Yeah. He told LJ you got liquor left.
20 seconds. And my notes might be wrong, but I don't think they are. Yeah, 20 seconds, please. Could you just tell me when you hear anything about the scene?
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, for real? Yeah, the YP Ray nigga. Oh, I ain't even know that. Yeah, that little PLK nigga. Oh, yeah, I had a J5 with me last night. That's probably what it was. I put him on. Yeah, that who changed it.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yep, okay, I'm sorry. You're going by the different number. It's 2:01 a.m.
We are watching defense cross on the state's last witness.
Right, it's a call for it.
For those that are just coming in,
Here we go. This is the one
hit the
I
like button
meant
for me.
to pull up for you, Investigator Vivarito.
Yo. All right, man. There was all kinds of shit going on. I just jumped in the other car, bro. Y'all niggas don't be getting dropped off and then got no motherfucking ride to go back home too. That don't make sense. Yeah. The fuck you getting dropped off for a nigga ride with a nigga who wrote you? Yeah. That's stupid as fuck. So you need to be on the dumb ass, y'all. What the hell? What's up with you? We right here down here. Y'all what? Ride past trying to see.
Okay, stop. Did you not just hear him say riding past through the city?
He said riding past trying to see.
Well, where's the scene?
I said,
You said scene before, now you're saying trying to see, and I'm saying city.
you may have misunderstood what I was saying. Or you got to understand when these calls come in, when you click on the call, it will also provide a map of where they are, and the next call may show where they traveled to after that. It's my understanding that he traveled back towards that area.
Okay, towards the area, you mean the city? It's in the city,
They never
right?
left the city.
Okay. Investigator Vivarito, you previously testified that he said going to the scene, and now you're saying to this jury that he didn't say scene, he said see. Is that correct?
I don't know if I said he said, I don't believe I said he said he's riding through the scene. He may have rode back. I believe he was traveling back towards the scene.
And I know you're an expert, but if the jury listens to this and hears city, is that okay with you?
But that's not what's said, so I would clarify for them.
I understand that you want to tell everyone what's said here, but you've already given two different stories. You said see, and then you said see.
Argumentative.
Overruled.
It's,
Can we just go by what we hear?
he,
Is that okay?
sure.
Thank you. Okay, call 416, and I don't need this published. Thank y'all. It's from the early morning hours of March 16th, 2022. Okay, there was actually two calls that were played. Do you recall?
Correct?
Okay, one is Mr. Garlington and someone that you say is my client, and the person's whispering. I'm not even going to dispute it, okay?
Okay.
We'll just say it's my client.
Okay,
Whispering about hiding in the crawl space.
correct?
Okay. And then the second call is Mr. Garlington and my client talking about what just happened.
Correct.
And of course, what just happened was the house was shot up, and then a bunch of police officers showed up, and no one was arrested.
Correct.
Right. Okay. So, and that was the same day, of course, that you spoke to Shannon Stillwell. You put him in the back of the police car, or someone put him in the back of the police car, and you spoke to him, and he told you he was in fact driving the white Audi.
Correct.
All right. So, that call, let's just review some things that were discussed by Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell. They talked about their amazement about not being hit by any of the bullets that were fired into 2830 Waters Road, correct?
Correct.
They talked about their amazement that the police let them go from that location.
Correct.
They talked about how they hid from the police.
Correct.
Mr. Stillwell talked about being placed in the police car.
Correct.
Mr. Stillwell said that he denied knowing McMain when asked and said he was from Thomasville.
Correct.
Okay? That was misleading, right?
Correct.
Because he does, in fact, know McMain.
He does.
All right, and McMain, just so we're clear, is Christian McMillan.
He is.
Yeah. And he talks about getting out of there as soon as possible. Like speeding away because he couldn't believe that y'all, the police, let him go.
He does, but he says prior to leaving, he collected his FN and his rifle or stick and he left.
I'm going to get there. Okay. And they talked about seeing you too, right?
They did.
All right. So let's talk about, I know in that call, and clearly I'm getting there, he talked about sneaking his FN away from the scene, right?
Correct.
And about sneaking his stick out of one of the cars. I think the gray car.
Correct.
All right. Okay. Now, the FN, you've testified, you know that an FN 57 is registered in Miss Taisha Alexander's name, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that gun was located at Meadowlark Drive on March 17, 2022.
Correct.
Correct? The next day after this call.
Correct.
All right. Does that FN shoot .40 caliber bullets?
Does not.
That could not have been the murder weapon for Shamel Drinks.
No.
Could it? Okay. He talks about taking a stick from a car on the scene, right?
Correct.
And you know the stick to be an AK-47 type assault rifle, correct?
Could be an AK-47. It could be an AR-15. It could be, it's a rifle.
Typically shoot 7.62 caliber bullets.
Correct.
Okay, not 40 caliber.
Nope.
Okay, so you would know that that stick that he talks about taking from the scene once you guys let him go is, in fact, not the weapon used to shoot Mr. Drinks.
Correct.
Gotta.
And
Got
in
it.
this call, where, again, you don't have any reason to believe Mr. Stillwell knew he was being recorded,
Correct.
or Mr. Garlington knew he was being recorded. In this call, he never talks about taking any other guns from the scene.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Call 2119 is another call that was played. It's from April 1st, 2022 at 12:29 a.m. It was a call between Demekion Garlington, who's on the wiretap, and Shannon Stillwell, who's in jail at this point, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Demekion is on his normal phone, and you testified that Shannon Stillwell, when you're in the jail, you said there's wall phones, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's, the jury has heard those recordings where they talk about Securus, and this phone will be recorded, and they are in fact recorded.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell was not on a recorded line.
Correct.
He was on a cell phone from the jail.
Correct.
Okay. So he, in common sense, he doesn't know that Demekion Garlington is being wiretapped,
Correct.
okay? And he has no reason to believe that the cell phone he's using from the jail is being recorded.
Correct.
It's fair to say that they believe that they're having a private communication that is not being recorded.
Correct.
All right. Mr. Atkins, could you do me a favor? This call 2119, and I'm talking about at 12:29 a.m. Could you play on April 1st, 12:29 a.m.? I'm just adding. Okay, yes. You know how to consult with the.
Yes.
We're just going to cue that call out, okay? And I'm going to ask you some questions.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Atkins. And if you could cue it up to 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Two forward.
I'm telling folks, I'm like, kind of like shit, they locked up, or like, they just saying, like, I'm like, bro, they good. I'm like, they gonna assume shit like that anyway. They gonna assume that, like, phone, like, yeah, I mean, you ain't kill, bro.
That's what I keep telling you now. Look, I keep telling them, like, just chill, like, I know. Yeah, I'm like, this ain't none, bro. Like, they just doing that cut. They seen it as a goddamn gas station. Like, just chill. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, man. I'm telling, I keep telling my attorney, I'm like, listen, bro. Just like, you like, bro, I'm telling you, I'm in the cab, listen, bro, no. Just tell them what you want to talk, bro.
Man, like, one word.
Yeah.
Wrong down. What they try to portray, what they say, man, don't say shit.
Yeah. I ain't know that.
And you can keep that up because I'm going to ask you to play another part. But thank you, Mr. Atkins. So on that call, again, neither party has reason to believe they're being recorded. That's Demekion Garlington and Shannon Stilwell.
Correct.
And they talk about they going to assume shit.
Correct.
Mr. Garlington says, y'all didn't do nothing.
Correct.
And then Mr. Stilwell says, they just saying it because they seen us at the gas station.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Atkins, if you could please play 11:20 at 11:28.
Yeah, man. What the hell, Trim on? You still in yo?
Yeah.
On
Okay,
some,
what is that?
on some, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, see.
Who?
Who?
Yo, folk.
Miss
Yeah. Okay,
Jackson,
what
can
is
you
that
quiet
then?
for a second? We're gonna come back to that one because I want to get the timing right.
Okay.
What's that?
Okay.
Okay, and that is Mr. Copeland. You go first. Okay, and we're gonna come back to that call. But let's talk about Mr. Stillwell's phone that was collected.
Sure.
Okay. Do you know you're able to view? So you collect the phones. Detective Leon Packer, he dumps the phones, and then you're able to view the phones, what the contents of the phones through a program called, what's it called, XRZ, is that correct?
XRY.
XRY, okay. And you get just a whole bunch of information that's in whoever's phone. Pictures.
The contents of the phone are organized by category.
Right, and we're talking about pictures, text, emails, instant message, call logs, location, data, internet searches,
Correct.
notes.
Correct.
Okay. And if you don't know, that's fine, but do you know how many texts or calls total were in this phone?
I don't know off the top of my head, but it would be listed on the extraction, on the front page of the extraction. When you open it up digitally, it'll give you what you're going to see initially is it's everything by category. So it'll say 20,000 texts, 100 calls, things of that nature.
Okay. Ms. Knight, if you would please display 227 VVA2. Oh, Ms. Knight says it. VVA2. Yes. VVA2. 227 VVA2. Thank you. A. Okay, this is one of the text messages or one of the text conversations that was introduced on Friday, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and this is from Mr. Stillwell's phone.
Correct.
All right, and in his phone, Mr. Stillwell's talking to, is that D, do you know that number to be Demekion Garlington?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Because there's a couple of D's in this case, but you believe this to be Demekion Garlington?
He did change his number right before the wiretap, so I believe that's the number before.
Okay. And if you could zoom out a little bit, Ms. Hilton. Oh, Mr. Atkins, so we can see the whole conversation. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Atkins. So in this conversation, to add context, Mr. Stillwell is indicating that one of his 2 phones is at Big House.
Correct.
Okay. Do you take that to be Darius Ford's house? And again, let's be clear, this conversation occurred December 24th, 2021.
Okay.
Okay, so we're talking about 3.5 months before any of this involving Christian McMiller's death or Darius Ford's death or Shamel Drink's death occurs.
Correct.
Okay. Do you take that to be Big's phone? Is there another Big? Do you not know?
There is another Big.
Okay. So, but in any event, Mr. Stillwell is saying he left his phone at someone else's house.
Correct.
Okay. And then D says, finna take it in where you at, indicating that he's taking Mr. Stillwell's phone, right?
I don't take that as taking the phone, like finna take it in, like I'm finna go to sleep or go home.
Fair enough.
Like take it in for the night.
Fair enough. Could you go down, Mr. Atkins? Okay, and this is the part that the state introduced. Okay. He says, if Polka asks, tell her I'm op hunting. Okay, he did not say I'm op hunting.
Correct.
He said, if Polka asks, tell her I'm out hunting.
Correct.
Okay, and Polka you know to be who?
Taisha Alexander.
And that is Mr. Stillwell's girlfriend at the time.
I guess, yes, I don't. Yes,
Something
at the time.
like- something like
Sometimes, yes.
And you also know from your review of the calls that Mr. Stillwell was having some issues with fidelity.
Yes.
Okay. So he's just saying, if Polka asks, tell her I'm out hunting.
Correct.
All right, thank you, Mr. Atkins. Mr. Atkins, can we go back to that call? I think I finally got my stuff together here. Okay, remember that call that we were just talking about with, and just to review, it's Garlington and Mr. Stillwell, and they were talking about people were going to assume things, and they're just saying it because they saw us at the gas station.
Correct.
Okay, I want to play, Mr. Atkins, if you could start playing it. I guess we could start at 11:28. Yeah, 11:45. Yeah, that's fine.
Yo, folk.
Yeah. I was there with him yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got out of town now. So he's gonna get ready to come back. I was just gonna lie with his ass.
Yeah. You ain't talked all night. That whole night crazy, bro.
Yeah, I just talked to her today. I talked to her today.
Man, that be
I
crazy.
was telling him I'm like, he on the cell phone, like he probably be over there, like what not. She's like, what? You ain't think you gonna tell on me? I'm like, man, hell nah.
Shit crazy. I don't even be texting that back no more.
I should be testing on like on tablet and shit.
Yeah, I don't even be responding to that. That crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm finna get bro back his phone, right? I'm gonna get up with you though.
I do that, man. I got you.
Love you. All right.
I love you too.
All right.
All right, well, let me just ask you this, and we're going to get it together, and we're going to get it played. Do you remember on that call, that same call, that unrecorded call? I mean, that these two gentlemen thought that they were talking to themselves without being recorded. Do you remember Mr. Stillwell saying, when they test for gunpowder, it's going to come back clean?
I do.
Okay, and that's on this call.
Correct.
All right. And he does not say the car has been cleaned.
Correct.
He's saying, don't worry about it, because when they test for gunpowder, it's going to come back clean.
Correct.
Okay. And that was on the private call between Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Garlington that they had no reason to believe was being recorded.
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the phone. You made note of 227 VVB11, and we don't need to display it, but it was basically something in Mr. Stillwell's notes that said, "Pop my shit, I really got options, poor little ops, they be dropping."
Correct.
Okay, and that was in March 15th, 2022 at 12:52 a.m. The phone says that that's when it was entered.
It might say either modified or entered, yes.
Okay, and that was, and we're going to get to it, but you're aware that Mr. Stillwell's grandmother, Betty Jackson, texted him about the shooting, about seeing it on the news that night?
Objection, assuming facts not.
Well, it's going to be in evidence. I'm asking if she's aware.
Everyone.
You're aware of that?
I was aware that Miss Alexander notified him about a shooting in Mechanicsville. I don't know if Miss Jackson did.
Okay. It was hours, this would have been hours after Miss Alexander alerted him as well, correct?
Okay.
Correct?
I'd have to see it. I'm not.
Okay. All right, well, we'll get to it. But this was at 12:52 a.m.,
Okay.
right?
I haven't seen it, so I didn't
Okay,
see it.
and we've already discussed ops,
Correct.
dropping ops. Those are common themes, common topics of drill music, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at the time, your investigation, at the time that he entered this note into his phone, he was in fact at the studio, correct? At 12:52 a.m. on March 15th.
After leaving the gas station, they went to a studio. I did not have location data on Mr. Stillwell to say, but I believe they should have still been at the studio.
Still been at the studio creating music when he entered that note.
Creating music, hanging out. Like, yeah, that's what they do. Hang out at the
Okay.
studio.
All right, cool. And then you talked about search words, a search that you noted about a Windsor Street shooting, right? That was in Mr. Stillwell's phone.
So he didn't, and I clarified that on direct. He
Right.
didn't search Windsor Street. He searched Fox 5
Okay.
and then
Well-
clicked on, and then within Fox 5, then searched the Fox 5 website.
I appreciate that. So on 3/17 at 2 in the morning, Mr. Stillwell clicked on the Fox 5 website to this article.
Correct.
Okay, didn't search, your testimony is he didn't search words like Windsor Street or anything, but he clicked on the article and that's what shows up in the phone.
I'd have to see the screen. I believe he searched Fox 5, traveled to the Fox, like say I open my phone and I want to go to whatever Amazon. I search Amazon, click on Amazon, and then on Amazon, I would then search. That's what happened. So he searched for Fox 5, went to Fox 5, then went on Fox 5, I believe searched Windsor Street shooting, and then clicked on the article, is what it looks like.
Okay, and Ms. Knight, could you just display 227 VVA8 so everyone knows what we're talking about? so this is what you're talking about, right? The search.
Correct.
Okay, that's and this is 3:17 at 2:31 and 56 seconds in the morning, correct?
Correct.
No, that's fine. I want to show you some documents, investigator.
Sure.
It's okay with you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Investigator Vivarito, I am approaching you with what's been marked 57A, DS57A, DS57C, and DS58. Could you look at these and tell me if you recognize?
Sure. Okay, these are excerpts from Mr. Jackson's phone.
Right, and those are, and are those excerpts from, are those conversations from the data that was downloaded from Mr. Jackson's phone?
Sure, the first one is the one that I spoke about that I had seen of Miss Alexander informing him about the shooting.
It's not in it yet.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Are those accurate representations of the data that was in Mr. Stillwell's phone?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I would move to admit DS57A, DS57C, and DS58 into evidence.
A, C, and E. Say that again, please, if you don't mind.
And there is no DS57B. It's DS57A, DS57C, and DS58.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Don't know where the E came from. Okay. Those are admitted.
Mr. Kokomo, could you please, or permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Kokomo, could you please publish 57A first? So in this, in DS57A, investigator, this is a conversation between Taisha Alexander, also known as Polka, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Stillwell.
Correct.
Okay. At 3:14:22, at 11:01 p.m., Miss Alexander reaches out to, or texts Mr. Stillwell and says, "You okay? Somebody just got killed in the Ville. Ugh." Or ugh. Atlanta, too much right now, right?
Correct.
All right, and then they respond to each other with kisses. Mr. Stillwell asks who got killed, correct?
Correct.
And then Miss Alexander eventually says, "I don't know yet," but before that, she sends some sort of screen message, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's at this. The message is sent at 11:19:47 p.m. Correct?
Correct.
All right, and Mr. Kokomo, if you could publish 57C. And this is the screenshot that, or the picture that Miss Alexander sent to Mr. Stillwell at 11:19 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And it's a photo, and is that Windsor Street?
I believe so.
And it's captioned, "Somebody just got killed in Mechanicsville."
Correct.
And it's posted by someone named Bori Billions.
Correct.
And at whenever Ms. Alexander sent this picture or downloaded it, it already had 2,000 views, correct?
Correct.
All right. So by that night, just based on what we see in this phone, by that night at 11 o'clock or 11:15 or 19, the word had spread about a shooting, correct?
Correct.
In Mechanicsville,
Correct.
where someone was killed.
Correct.
Okay. And this was not a secret. It was being spread throughout social media.
Correct.
All right. Mr. Kokomo, if you could post DS58. This is a conversation, and I'm sorry, it's marked 58A, so, Your Honor, if we could just amend that to make 58A.
Sure.
Thank you. So, looking at DS58A, this is a conversation between Mr. Stillwell and Boss Lady, correct?
Correct.
And you know Boss Lady to be Betty Jackson, correct?
Correct.
His grandmother.
Correct.
His grandmother who raised him.
Correct.
At 11, Mr. Kokomo, thank you. At 11:19 p.m., Shannon texts his grandmother, "I love you."
Correct.
Boss Lady or Betty Jackson responds, "Mama love you so much, heart, heart, kiss, 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 'cause you're my sweet thing."
Correct.
And Mr. Stillwell says, "Yeah." I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but yeah, right?
Sure.
And then Miss Jackson gives a thumbs up, right? And then at 11:26:57, Miss Jackson says to Mr. Stillwell, or texts Mr. Stillwell, "Hope you are not near Windsor Street shooting on the news," right?
Right.
And then she says, "Answer me, please."
Correct.
And eventually at 11:41, 15 minutes later, Mr. Stillwell responds, "I'm at the studio, Mom."
Correct.
Okay. So, at 11:26, according to this conversation, not only did Miss Alexander alert Mr. Stillwell about the shooting on Windsor Street, but Miss Jackson says there's a shooting on Windsor Street, right?
Correct.
And it's on the news.
Correct.
Was this information about the shooting on the news at that point?
I know that the article that Miss Alexander had, that's a female, I don't know her real name, in Atlanta, that wasn't like a ATL scoop or a news thing. And then I don't know how Miss Jackson saw it, so I'm not sure if you got word of mouth from Miss Alexander, worried about it. I don't
Maybe
know.
she saw it on the news. Maybe.
I don't know when the news coverage began.
Okay. The bottom line is, by 11:26 that night, two different people had informed Mr. Stillwell about a shooting, a death, Windsor Street,
Correct.
and the word had spread throughout. It wasn't just Mr. Stillwell that was being informed. The word had spread throughout the Atlanta community that quickly.
Correct.
All right. And basically, the phone indicates on March 17th, 2 days later, Mr. Stillwell clicked on a news article about that shooting.
Well, he sought out the news article and then clicked on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
He sought out and clicked on it.
Correct.
All right. Cool. All right. Right when you started testifying, you remember when you were going through a timeline, and I think it was from 2019 to 2020, different events that had occurred?
I do.
Okay. And we heard a lot of names, Tanquarius Mender, right?
Correct.
And you said he's a member of the Rolling Crips.
As well as YSL, yes.
Okay, and we heard about Stephen Harris,
Correct.
and he's a Crip. And we heard about,
I'm sorry, Stephen Harris is a member of YSL.
okay, he's a member of YSL. We heard about Marcus Sims.
Correct?
He's a Crip.
Yes.
Okay, we heard about Wayne Alford. And we heard about a bunch of other names in this
Correct.
timeline that you were going through. Well, first of all, let me just ask you this. When you were asked about all these events, you were referring to some sort of, you were refreshing your recollection with a sheet that was in front of you.
Correct.
Okay, that was highlighted, color-coded.
Correct.
Okay, did you create that sheet?
Mr. Abadi had created the sheet as a timeline.
Okay, so when you were testifying about those events, you were refreshing your recollection. You were being asked questions by the prosecutors, correct?
Correct?
And then you didn't have any reports of your own with you, did you, about any of these events?
No, I didn't. I was at the GBI at that time, and they were APD cases, so they wouldn't be my reports.
So you didn't investigate any of these events?
So the way it would work is gangs typically doesn't take an aggravated assault or a homicide or things of that nature. We will work with those units and provide them information and assist with their investigations. So the reports, I will help with the cases, but they would fall with those investigators.
Did you have any reports with you when you were when you were discussing those?
No.
Okay. But you were refreshing your recollection off of a sheet of paper that was prepared by the prosecutor.
Well, this is something we had discussed. There's numerous incidents, so we needed a timeline to keep them correct.
All right, well, let me just ask you this. In all those things, 2019, 2020, that you discussed, all those events, Shannon Stillwell wasn't charged with any of those events, was he?
He was not.
Okay, cool. You remember when you talked about how I was asking you about your reports and you said you write them in search warrant applications?
Correct?
All right, I want to talk to you about that. You did a search warrant application for the house of Jeffrey Williams on 355 Allison Drive, correct?
Correct.
Not moving the evidence. I'm going to ask you some questions about that affidavit. Would having your affidavit that you wrote
Sure.
up there with you, would that be helpful?
Sure.
May I approach?
You may.
Okay. These affidavits that you fill out to take to a judge to try to get a search warrant, they're under oath?
Yes.
Okay. A judge relies on them, relies on the accuracy of them, correct?
Correct.
Relies on them to be complete.
Correct.
The intent of an affidavit is not to mislead a judge, is it?
No,
Okay. And you wouldn't mislead a judge, would you?
I would not.
Okay. And you filled out this affidavit on May 9th, 2022, correct?
Following the presentation to the grand jury, yes.
Right. May 9th, 2022?
Correct.
Yep. And that was also in the wake of these various attacks on Lucci, on Rashawn Bennett in the jail.
Correct.
Okay. In fact, you were interested. You had that one with Jada Myrick. With Mr. Eppinger and Mr. Sumlin, and Mr. Eppinger was trying to get Mr. Sumlin to talk to someone to get payment, right? And you suspected that person to be Jeffrey Williams.
Suspected, and that was confirmed by Mr. Sumlin.
Okay, so you suspected that to be Jeffrey Williams.
Right, and was confirmed by Mr. Sumlin, yes.
Okay, again.
Yes, I
please,
suspected,
just
yes.
Questions I ask, okay? So you saw a search warrant for Jeffrey Williams' home for evidence on these matters, correct?
No,
Okay. You sought a search warrant for Jeffrey Williams' home.
for his body, for his cellular devices, and for gang evidence.
Okay. Okay. So, in Mr. Williams' home.
Correct.
In your affidavit is what's used to develop PC or probable cause for the judge to rely on, right?
Correct.
And in your affidavit, I think it's in the 4th page, you reference a post that you saw on the internet about Jeffrey Williams posting YFN, and this is already in evidence, YFN, if ain't like what you do for your mother and kids, I would have been killed you, right?
Correct.
That's referenced in your affidavit.
Which page is not on 4?
Well, mine's not numbered, but I'm just gonna go by. Right, it's on the 5th page, I'm sorry. If we count, and again, they're not numbered, but I'm just going by the 5th page that I have.
So,
And it would be the first, it would be the 2nd full paragraph. So there's 1 sentence and then 2 paragraphs down.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You can look at my, may I approach?
Yes.
Right.
Okay, that's different than what I have.
You reference seeing on XXL this magazine, you reference seeing this post that Mr. Williams supposedly made, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that made your affidavit because you thought that was important to show Mr. Williams and his veiled threats to Mr. Bennett, correct?
Correct.
Okay, cool. Could I have that back? I'm just going to need it.
Sure.
I'll bring it back to you. Now, you also, 2 pages after that, whatever page you have it, I have in the beginning it says details 4.
I'm going to have to see the page because these pages are, whatever I have is not the same as yours.
You can.
Okay, no, I see that one. Okay, I gotcha.
All right. Also in your affidavit, you include a text thread between Mr. Wooney Lee and Mr. Williams, correct?
Correct.
And as part of this text thread, you draw the judge's attention to a specific line, correct?
I included that amongst other things in the affidavit, yes?
Well, there's one particular line that you put in a bigger font, and you also circled it, or it's circled, correct?
It's circled, yes.
Okay. And you circled it to draw attention to it, correct?
To what I was referring to, yes.
Yes. And the line that you circled to draw attention to was YSL rule the world, kid, 24M on an N head, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you
On a
wanted to
ninja head.
highlight that passage said by Mr. Williams in the text thread, correct?
Correct.
You wanted to highlight that for the judge?
Amongst other posts, yes.
Okay. What was he referring to? Why did you feel it important to highlight 24M on an N's head to the judge?
Well, he's referring to YSL ruling the world
Yeah?
as an organization, and it could be a play on words or a play on things that have happened, saying 24M on a racial expletive head.
Okay, 24M on a racial expletive head. It sounds like Mr. Williams had money on someone's head.
It could be taken that way, yes?
It could be taken that way, and you highlighted it and circled it for the judge, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you believe that too. You wouldn't have misled the judge about what was being discussed, would you? You believed that to be a threat, didn't you?
I didn't say it was a threat. It's saying that he's willing to, that's how they talk. They'll talk about, they have the ability to put money on people's heads.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you please publish Jeffrey Williams 3 and 4, is that correct? Okay, could you please publish Jeffrey Williams 3? Oh, before you do that, in this thread that you highlighted in your affidavit to the judge, this thread between Wooney Lee and Mr. Williams took place on February 7th, 2021?
Correct.
Okay. You just started over, Mr. Kokomo, with volume.
Bon tardi, Z. Hope you're having a good afternoon. Had to say hello to a fellow Cape Verdean.
We can put 24M on the front of your head. Y'all young hoes get in line. Slime rule the world. Believe it. Y'all niggas out this motherfucker spending 24 million on their heads. We can put 24M on the front of your head. Y'all young hoes get in line.
Okay, and could you please publish Jeffrey Williams 3A? You see, what's displayed is Jeffrey Williams 3A?
I do.
Okay, and it's a reaction, Jeffrey Williams reacting after Lil Uzi Vert put a $24 million diamond into his head.
Correct.
Okay. Did you know about Lil Uzi Vert and the $24 million diamond and that reference when you filled out this affidavit?
I did not, but I would still stand by what I put in the affidavit.
Okay, so you're telling me right now, on a sworn statement to a judge with knowledge that Lil Uzi Vert just got a $24 million diamond put into his head, the days before Mr. Williams typed that, you would still put that quote, YSL ruled the world, 24 million.
Get her, Max. That was beautiful.
Objection. Vague, compounded, maybe mischaracterization of what the witness just said.
Overruled.
I did not have knowledge of Lil Uzi Vert getting a diamond in his head.
Okay, so all right, so let me ask that last question again. Instead of saying I would do it again, if you had knowledge that Lil Uzi Vert just got $24 million diamond in his head and that Mr. Williams was referring to that, would you still have put that in the affidavit?
Yes.
To mislead the judge?
Not misleading. May I explain?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm saying is this social media direct message is different than what you see on here. Lil Uzi Vert, I don't remember, is a member of YSL, so I think it might be a new, like a term they're going to coin. Like wipe his nose, things of that nature. So 24 on somebody's head might be a new thing that they're going to go with. He's saying YSL rules the world. As the leader, he can make that assertion.
Okay.
A lot of explaining. Did you do
Okay, hold on. Couple problems there. Number one, she's still referring to Young Thug as the leader. Huge issue. Number two, Max just laid out a beautiful trap. Beautiful trap. You guys remember Bugs Bunny back in the day and Elmer Fudd? You know, when you try to catch a rabbit, you set up the box and you put a little stick on it, right? It sits on the box. And then you put a carrot under there to see if they're gonna fall, like they're gonna go in. She went for it. And he's using her ego beautifully. It's brilliant. Let's keep going.
that explaining in your sworn affidavit to the judge?
The sworn affidavit reads, Jeffrey Williams brags that YSL rules the world and has $24 million.
Okay. And clearly, when you put highlighted and circled 24M on a N's head, you're sending a message to that judge, are you not? Let's be real.
I'm referring to my words that I wrote say, Jeffrey Williams brags that YSL rules the world and has $24 million.
All right, and just so we're clear, as we sit here today, as someone, a law enforcement officer, even with knowledge of this, you would still put that in front of the judge?
There are different interpretations to everything as we've seen throughout this whole trial.
Yeah, I agree. Can we make our determinations, or are you going to make the determinations for us?
Objection, arguments is sustained.
Do you think maybe you misinterpreted what was said by Mr. Williams? Is that a possibility?
I think it differs from what was presented on the internet and between direct messages, as we've seen.
So your answer is no, your interpretation is perfect, pristine.
My interpretation was YSL rules the world and they have $24 million. That's what
Man,
I
even
wrote
Kokomo
in my
got up.
words in the affidavit. I didn't say Mr. Williams has $24 million on YF and Lucci's head. I didn't say that. I said YSL rules, he claims that YSL rules the world and has $24 million.
Now, you didn't say it, you just put in a bigger font and circled it for the judge, right? Right?
It wasn't a bigger font. That's how the message reads. It's the same font as the date and time, the same size as the date and time.
Girl,
as the
you got
name,
caught.
The Instagram
Give it up.
handle.
In the circle?
It's circled, correct.
Let's talk about you, Ms. Knight, could you pull up 227 VV A6B? Thank you, Ms. Knight. Yesterday, you indicated that, now this is from a video.
Correct.
With Mr. Nichols.
Correct.
Rolling a blunt.
Correct.
Okay. And then there's other individuals there, correct? There's other individuals in the room?
Correct.
Okay. And then it's on Mr. Stillwell's phone, so you're presuming that Mr. Stillwell was filming the video?
It was filmed from his device. So
Right,
yes.
right. Okay. So yesterday, you made a claim that a gun, well, what did you say? A gun is, I don't want to jumble your words. What are you claiming about the guns on this table?
A gun is what?
You identified or thought a gun was consistent with something?
It could be consistent with a Glock 27.
Could be consistent.
Correct.
Okay. And which gun is this?
The one towards the back right here.
Okay. Could be consistent with a Glock 27. All right. It could also, well, first of all, are you a firearms expert?
I'm not.
Okay. You're just someone who's owned a Glock before.
Several, yes.
Okay. And before yesterday, had you ever made the claim that, oh, I reviewed this video and this appears to be a Glock 27?
That was my first time testifying yesterday, so where else would I make?
What about reports? Did you ever write a report and said, I reviewed this is very important. I reviewed this video that was in Mr. Stillwell's phone, and I believe that that could be consistent with a Glock 27.
Well, while reviewing the evidence in preparation for trial, when I took a better look at this video and found it, it was probably 2 or 3 days before I testified. And that's when I first had to really research through and look at photos and kind of isolate what kind of gun that was.
So the answer is no, you didn't write a report.
No.
Okay. And certainly the first time saying it to me or anyone on this side was yesterday in court.
Correct.
Okay. You say it looks like it could be consistent, or it could be consistent with a Glock 27 based on the shape of the bottom of the grip. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. It could also be consistent with a Springfield firearm, correct?
I'm not familiar with a Springfield, but from how the magazine looks, also it could be consistent with a Glock.
Okay. It could also be consistent with a Sig Sauer. Could also be consistent with a Smith & Wesson, correct?
I'm familiar with a Glock.
Right, because you're not a firearms expert.
I
You're
never-
only familiar with these Glocks.
I never
And-
claimed to be, Mr. Sharp.
Okay, well, you start identifying guns in court, kind of making yourself an expert, but you're not an expert, are you?
I'm not.
Okay, and you don't even know, whatever this gun is, if Mr. Stillwell left with that gun or didn't leave with that gun. You don't know if anyone left with that gun. You don't know whose gun that is.
Correct, but we don't know that they didn't.
Okay. Great.
Max starts laughing. What?
Let me ask you this about your Glock 27 that you say this looks consistent with. When you shoot your Glock 27, does it expel shell casings?
I don't own a Glock 27. When I was purchasing a subcompact Glock, I was going back and forth between the 27 and the 43. I prefer to shoot a 9mm, so I went with the 43.
So you don't even own a Glock 27?
I just said when I was researching the two, handling the two at the gun dealer.
So now you don't own a Glock 27. You were researching it, which means you were handling the gun at the gun dealer. That's your experience with the Glock 27.
I never asserted that I owned one. I've seen one. I've handled one. I can recognize one.
So you've handled one at a gun dealer, and that's what you're basing the identification on?
I've recovered a good bit of guns in my
Okay.
career. I know what they look like.
All right, let me ask you this. Since you know about guns, at least through your career, Glock 27s, when you shoot them, do they expel shell casings?
Yes.
Okay, Glock 27s, when you shoot them, do they make a loud bang?
Yes.
When you shoot a Glock 27, does it create a muzzle flash?
I should. I mean, when you
Okay.
shoot it, like during the day, you wouldn't see it, or sometimes at night you can see it, but
Okay, and when you shoot a Glock 27, does it emit gunshot residue?
if it's inside of a contained area, yes, it would.
Okay. All right. Remember on Friday you talked about you get to the end of an investigation, something seemed small is huge. And we were
Correct.
talking about the post. All right. Well, there's one thing, surveillance video. You would agree that that starts huge and remains huge? Like surveillance video is a pretty important part of a case.
Every investigation is different, but yes,
Okay. You've seen the BP video, correct?
I have.
And you've seen it, Detective Hogan showed it to you?
He did, for the purpose of identifying the individuals, yes.
Right, okay. Have you seen the FedEx surveillance video?
I have.
Okay. I'd like to watch it with you. Is that okay?
Sure.
Mr. Kokomo, if you could keep it up. Okay, before you start, Mr. Kokomo, Investigator, when did you first see the FedEx video?
It was after, I met with Investigator Hogan in the afternoon of the 16th, so it would have been after that.
Okay. Well, are you aware that, and maybe this will help you answer this question, you're aware that Detective Hogan swore out warrants against my client without ever viewing the FedEx video?
I can't speak to what he did or did not do.
Okay. When did you most recently watch the FedEx video?
Probably maybe like a week ago.
Okay. How many times in total have you watched the FedEx video?
About a week ago.
A few times. When you say a few times, how many is it?
And I've watched it a year ago or a couple years, like 2 years ago. I've watched it.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, if you could please publish the FedEx video. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Kokomo. Okay, Mr. Kokomo, if you could pause that video right now. Thank you. Investigator Vivarito. At this point in the video, as we have it paused, you would agree that Mr. Drinks' red Versa is on the left, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You would agree that Mr. Stillwell's rented white Audi with tinted windows
Correct.
is in the middle. And you would agree that Mr. Nichols, actually Miss Lewis, Mr. Nichols' wife, that Ford Fusion is on the right, correct?
Either the right or staggered behind it, yes.
Okay. And according to your investigation, Mr. Drinks is alone in the car.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell is in the car with Mr. Garlington per your investigation.
Correct.
And Mr. In the car, the Ford Fusion, we have Mr. Nichols driving,
Correct.
Mr. Boyer,
Correct.
and Mr. Farley.
Correct.
And your theory is that while at this light, Mr. Stillwell shot Mr. Drinks, correct?
I'm not the homicide investigator, so I'm going along with the evidence that was presented to me by homicide. But yes, that's consistent with what Detective Hogan, his case.
Well, you know, he swore out a warrant for Shannon Stillwell for actually shooting Mr. Drinks.
That's consistent with what Detective Hogan had found.
Okay. In this video, you could see headlights, correct?
Correct.
You could see traffic lights.
You can see tail lights and traffic lights, yes.
And you could see brake lights, correct?
Correct.
All right, awesome. Mr. Kokomo, could you just play the video? And I'm just going to ask you to look at the cars closely.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, pause, Mr. Kokomo, please. All right, so we're paused at 1:02:36 on this video. At this point, Mr. Stillwell in the white Audi is pulled off, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and Mr. Nichols and with Mr. Boyer and Mr. Farley have pulled off.
Correct.
Okay. While they were there at that light with Mr. Drinks, did you observe any muzzle flash on that video?
No, and with this quality of video, I would not expect to see it.
Okay. Right. You just see brake lights and traffic lights and headlights, but no muzzle flash. Okay, I got you.
A muzzle flash is much, much, much dimmer than a brake light. Like if you're shooting at night, you're hard pressed to see your own muzzle flash.
Firearms expert again.
I'm telling you, my experience from shooting a firearm, we do take night firing courses.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Gunshot residue. You aware that the headliner from Mr. Stillwell's car, the Audi, was collected and tested for gunshot residue?
I am.
You ever talked to Alexander GBI analyst Alexander Coven about the results that he found?
I have not.
And you are aware that warrants were taken out certainly before any of those GSR results were in, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk about tint. You've been preparing with the state. You know that the state has said that Mr. Stillwell had tint applied to his windows of that white Audi upon renting it, correct?
Correct.
In violation of the rental agreement, I may add.
Correct.
Okay. And this tint was applied on Flat Shoals Road, according to the district attorneys, at about 6:30 p.m.?
According to them, yes.
Okay. You were able to observe the white Audi on March 16th?
I did not walk. Wasn't that interested in it at that point, so I did not walk. It was very, very dark.
Have you seen the pictures that Miss Antoinette Green took of the white Audi after it was recovered when Mr. Stillwell was arrested?
I have.
Did you see any damage to the tint, specifically the front driver passenger tint on that car?
I did not.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, if you could rewind again. No, actually, you know what? I'm sorry. Keep it here. Keep it here. Just play it. I'm sorry, Mr. Kokomo. Okay. You saw that car speed up behind Mr. Stillwell? Pause it, please. You saw
Yes.
that? Mr. Stillwell, you're aware that he, well, you've already stated this, he was victimized in the past. Someone shot through the rear windows, killing Tiara Jones.
Yes.
And now, that car that sped up is next to Mr. Drinks, correct? Or approaching Mr. Drinks?
It's approaching, but it stopped short of Mr. Drinks.
Okay, Mr. Kokomo, if you could please play it. Okay. So now there's a pause. So now there's one car next to Mr. Drinks, correct?
It's still not next to him. You could see from the angle that it looks like the front of the car. I'm sorry. The front of the car is like, from what I can see, looks like the front of the car. The front wheels are still towards the back of the vehicle. It's not like exact with the car.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, if you could please play. Pause. See that car make a U-turn?
I do.
Okay. Who What car was next to Mr. Drinks when that car suddenly made a U-turn?
Judging by how the lights are, that car still appears to be back a little bit, but next to it.
All right, so now you're making three-dimensional evaluations, but we can't see a muzzle flash off this.
A muzzle-
interview.
Mr. Sharp, I'm going to explain to you, when you're, and I don't know if you're mischaracterizing it, when you go to the range, example, to fire your weapons at night, and there's a line of shooters, it's not bam, 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 lights everywhere. It's a very, very muted, if it shows. So this far away with this quality of
Yo, look at Max's face right there. Okay, let me explain something to you guys. So much of trial strategy is about getting your witness to fold. He's getting under her skin right now and she can't stand it. Her ego's like double flipping a bird at him right now and she's trying to remain polite, but he's slow cooking. You do it here and there. Here and there. Let me make myself small. Look at his face. That is the face of a lawyer that got you. He got under your skin so deep. It's implanted. You thought you were so smart. You came up trying to prove this case. But you have to understand, a lot of it is an ego bruise because how did she come up on a stand last week? Oh, I'm qualified. I worked for the GBI. I worked for the Georgia the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. I know my stuff. I know what I'm doing. I used to work for the Fulton County DA's office as an investigator. I'm so accomplished. I know what I'm doing. When somebody comes at your credibility, and I will say this because I'm a woman. Women work hard to get where they are. You can tell that she has taken a lot of pride and joy into her experience and her accomplishments. But when Max can poke holes in you like this, and I'm telling you guys right now, never forget a face, never forget an attorney that makes this face. This face right here shows I got you. Because he did. They got her several times. This cross-examination is brilliant. Let's keep watching. Brief interruption. I'm gonna go back 15 seconds so y'all could see that face one more time. Listen to her response when I do it. Listen to what she says. Listen to her words. We cannot see her, so we can't look at body language, court of public opinion, but we can hear the emotion in her voice. So we're gonna go back I wanna go back 60 seconds. Let's go.
a muzzle.
Car make a U-turn?
I do.
Okay. What car was next to Mr. Drinks when that car suddenly made a U-turn?
Judging by how the lights are, that car still appears to be back a little bit, but next to it.
All right, so now you're making three-dimensional evaluations, but we can't see a muzzle flash off this.
A muzzle-
interview.
Mr. Sharp, I'm going to explain to you, when you're, and I don't know if you're mischaracterizing it, when you go to the range, example, to fire your weapons at night, and there's a line of shooters, it's not bam,
There it
bam,
is.
bam,
You see the
lights
face?
everywhere. It's a very, very muted, if it shows. So this far away with this quality of video, I would not expect to see that.
Okay, let's talk about this car.
Did you guys hear that? He asked her a few times and he caught her in a few ways. Because, with cross-examination, you have to build up to it. It's almost like, having a great, wonderful rendezvous at night, right? You gotta build up to it, right? Y'all know what I'm talking about. We get X-rated over here from time to time, but you gotta build up to it. So I'm gonna ask you questions about this muzzle flash in subtle ways. We might be talking about a wiretap or a jail phone call right there. I might bring up the muzzle flash just randomly. Set a little trap. Remember that Elmer Fudd thing? Set the trap. Get her to talk about it, get her to answer the question even if she gets flustered. And she did. He's just like, okay, so you're aware of what muzzle flashes look like and all that? Yeah, I'm aware. I know what I'm doing. Okay. Did y'all just hear right now that he asked again? He said, hey, even with this FedEx footage, did you see a muzzle flash? She said no. And she got pissed because it looks like he's undermining her. When in reality, a few minutes ago, I wish I had that laughing sound. She said she didn't know. I mean, what do you want us to do? That's what you said. This is why it's brilliant. It is brilliant. And it's not that you want to see people fail with stuff like this. No. But look at the other person sitting down next to Max. Look at the job he's charged to do, the job he is being paid to do. Shannon Stillwell sitting there in slippers and socks in jail on trial for RICO and murder. Max's job is to make sure that that man, his rights, are protected. This is absolutely great lawyering that you guys are witnessing. And it's not just, like I know we like to have fun here and talk about cooking. I want you to see exactly how a chef sets it up, exactly how you get ready for Thanksgiving, right? This is how you bake a turkey. First, okay, we're gonna look at what type of pots Max uses. We're gonna look at what ceramic tray he uses for his turkey. We're gonna understand the seasoning. We're gonna understand how he defrosts it. We're gonna understand what he puts in the middle, the stuffing, all of the joints. What do you use celery? What did you put in there? How did you get this ready? What do you base it with? This is like for me, I'm a law nerd. This is like sports for law people. This is fun. Oh my God. Amazing roasting happening here. Let's continue, because this is like play-by-play. I feel like we are watching the Super Bowl on Thanksgiving. Y'all know how it is with Thanksgiving. Like, you sit by, everybody gets together and you watch football and stuff. This is American football, not football. American football. This is like watching your hometown team, like on Thanksgiving Day, hanging out with your family. What a wonderful Thanksgiving gift that Max Shard is giving you all right now. And I feel like, John Madden, sports announcer with the mic. Well, Peter, let's look at this play-by-play. Let's see how exactly Max Shard has caught this ball, intercepted the other side, and is now running, plowing his ass down the field for a touchdown in the making. Let's keep going.
Sure.
This car makes a U-turn. Did you see, is there like a train that's crossing that would have let this person know, no, I need to find another route?
No.
Is there a officer saying, hey, turn around, you can't come this way?
No.
Is there an animal crossing the road that would have made this man do a U-turn?
No.
Who is this? Whose car is this that made the U-turn?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if anyone ever tried to use these license plate readers to determine whose car that is, so we could talk to them about why they made that sudden U-turn?
That would be part of Detective Hogan's investigation, but I do not.
Okay.
And there it is. Do you know what, Law and Crime? This is so rude. Law and Crime, this is the rudest thing that you can do. You see this black screen right here? Yeah, Dell, finish her. We were all ready. Look at what just happened here. I knew about this a few minutes ago because I had to investigate. Some of you guys were like, the spoiling people, like, what do the spoiling people sound like? Probably like this.
Oh my God, Avy, I'm just letting you know, Law and Crime's feed just cut out. I'm telling you now, even though I'm 10 minutes in the future. I'm just letting you know it's coming.
We could see people like that in the chat. We see you. So when you tell us, I'm gonna go investigate to make sure what you're saying is accurate. So I did. So Law and Crime's feed did cut. I did go to Fox 5 as well, and their feed also cut. I also went to Atlanta News First, and their feed also cut. And of course, the people in Law and Crimes chat revolted and was like, what the hell, Maurice? Where are you at? What are you doing, Maurice? Did you go to lunch? So it turns out they're on lunch until 1:40. That's okay. That's why I wanted to be a little silly and just explain what was going on. Oh, there it is. Oh, guess you see all that on the screen? All of that happened. So just when you're about to finish, that's what happened. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? So we had this wonderful Thanksgiving experience, and that's okay, guys. It's only 50 minutes, and we've got a ton to do. I have not read any super chats or cash apps, and a lot of you guys, while I was down over the weekend, have been asking about the Georgia prison situation. There's a few people that I'm hoping to bring on the show this week so we can talk about that a little bit further. So don't worry, we're gonna get there. And this afternoon, I'm predicting it right now, this afternoon is amazing. People are saying that Sylvia is still streaming the stuff, the parts that are missing. But people are also saying I Am Not a Lawyer has the rest of the video. There's a lot of people that have the video, but you have to be careful with using other people's content. I mean, I can ask Mel respectfully what's going on. But, you know, again, we can wait until after they get back from lunch at 1:40. But we were just on the way. We were on the way to the big finish. And we didn't make it. We didn't make it. We didn't. So I'm gonna just make sure that we use our time accordingly. So we're gonna go through our super chats, that sort of thing. And then I think what we can also do is, you guys have been talking about the Georgia prison situation. There was a press conference last week, so we can watch that in the meantime as well. It's about 25, 30 minutes, but that is enough time to get us over the goal line in real time. But let's come on over to our supers while we are looking at the sham, the shenanigans with the whole Law and Crime feed cutting out. Too funny. And shout out to Kathy from Law and Crime. She is saying, not sure what you mean by, I think everybody is having an issue in the courtroom. Because like I said, I went to the other big feeds. I see it with Fox 5 Atlanta. I have that on another tab right here. The same thing that you see on the screen is the same thing that you see on Fox 5, same thing on Atlanta News First, same thing, and then Law and Crime. So I'm going with the big streamers. But let's go to our supers, and then we will watch that press conference, because we're gonna hear about the Georgia prison system. We're gonna hear about Rice Street. Y'all wanna talk about nut juice? What is today, Tuesday? It's going up on a Tuesday. It's getting very intimate over here on a Tuesday. So we're gonna discuss nut juice and those things and the Rice Street prisons conditions. You know, I was really thinking about this over the weekend because I was gonna do like a documentary style video, and I'm like, let's just watch and see what it's really like, because the American prison system is really fucked. Sorry to swear, guys. It's really fucked up. It's terrible. If you're watching from other countries, like, I'm sure other countries have some bad stuff, but the American prison system is really bad for multiple reasons. One, we have prisons for profit. Two, you have so much of the prison population is full of African American men and women. And it is the leading population in the prison system here in America. And not a lot of people talk about it, but it is something we need to talk about. You know, I have few family members. One of them actually came to help me with something yesterday, and it was good to see him. I hadn't seen the guy in a long time. But I had a family member pop up yesterday to help me with something, and he had done a few years incarcerated, and it has like changed his life in a good way and in a bad way. But like ever since he went in and came out, he's just a completely different guy. It's almost like the light you have in you as a human dims a little bit, makes you a little bit stronger, more determined, but that happiness is slightly gone. And, you know, we have real conversations over here. Someone in your life, dear viewer, has been impacted by jail. Maybe not a direct contact. Maybe it's a friend. Maybe it's a colleague. It's someone you know has been impacted by the American prison system. The majority of you guys are Americans, right? And they have stories. We don't talk about those stories enough. So we're gonna check those out, but let's come to our super chats first. Shout out to Full Drinking and Half Tinkin'. Shout out to Trin, one of the hosts on the Full Drinking and Half Thinking YouTube channel. He is Trinidadian. We like to call him the Trinidad, the Trini, the Trinidaddy. All of those things. Thank you, Trin, for helping us grow the community and gifting 5 AV to the 7th Power memberships. Really appreciate you. If you guys have received a membership, please tell Trin thank you. Tell him thank you. Very, very sweet of him to do. And at the end of the day, I always celebrate content creators that support other content creators. It can get very ugly out here if you don't have allies and friends. So I'm very happy to look at the Full Drinking and Half Thinking channel as a friend. Thank you so much for all of your support. Shout out to Nurse Janice in the UK. She's been a member for 7 months. And guess what, guys? She is a nurse. She says, AV, so proud of you and the community you've built. Yes, we can do it. Did you guys see my pictures on Instagram and stuff? Like all my like Americana pictures. Like we're rebranding for 2025. It's gonna be so much fun. She says, you're amazing. Don't forget it. I won't. Thank you, Janice. I hope you're doing well across the pond. She says, love your inspirational, and you're inspirational. Love from the snowy UK. Is it snowing in the UK today? What's happening over there? What's happening on our islands? Interesting. Thank you so much, Nurse Janice in the UK. Stay warm out there. Put on some like hand warmers, even if you're inside. Did you guys ever do that? Like hand warmers are amazing. I didn't know they existed. They're these little like pocket pouches where if you like twist it, and they're like, you know, they just get exceptionally warm. And so if you're outside for a really long time, keep your hands in your pockets, you know, hand warmers are great. I think I want, like, now that I'm sick, I think I'm gonna order some on Amazon today, now that we're talking about it. But thank you so much, Nurse Janice in the UK. Shout out to D with the 2, D says, welcome back, AV. Yes, guys, I am just now coming back after being sick for a few days. We did our stream on Thursday. Honestly, I felt terrible, but I stuck it through, did the stream, and we had Angela D. Williams on, which was an amazing interview. We cleaned up the audio, put it out over the weekend. You guys loved that interview. I was pleasantly surprised. Angela's a huge inspiration. She has one of the softest voices you'll ever hear, but man, it comes with a punch. It comes with a punch. Huge advocate for mental health. You know, I think she had mentioned she has a son that had gone through some issues in school and things like that. And she's a huge advocate for the rights of individuals that have disabilities and things of the like, and how that can impact their experience with the justice system. So it was really cool to talk to her, get to know her a little bit more. But the important thing about Angela is she represented Little Rod, who was one of the youngest defendants in this YSL case. He took a plea deal about three weeks ago right now. So Little Rod had only one charge in this entire case, right? Some of these people have, 5, 6 charges, 19 charges in other cases, but Little Rod had one, and it was just a conspiracy to commit RICO. So it was so nice to talk to Angela. I thugged it out for y'all, man. I was just like, all right, listen, we're going to do this stream. And I'm going to be here for 7 hours. And I might pass out, but that's okay. That's okay. We love each other. That's what we do, right? So I stuck it out, had a great conversation, and then no court on Friday. At least it wasn't televised. The attorneys did show up to go through some logistical things. So it was nice to have a day off. I could not get out of bed, y'all. It was so bad. I didn't know if I had pneumonia or COVID. And of course, I didn't get a COVID test because why? Why did I do that? I didn't get a COVID test. I should have. But like, I just thugged it out. Because on Thursday, what y'all did, so many of you guys gave me all these like home remedies. You're like, gin and tonic and put some other things in there. And I was like, all right. Some of you guys were like teas. Teas are your go-to. Some of you guys were recommending different supplements, different home remedies. And I tried so many of the suggestions that you guys had. And then I would say like Sunday I started feeling better. We were still editing. And you know, after a while, you can't be in bed for that long. Like I think I tried watching Desperate Housewives. Did y'all know there were like 13 seasons of Desperate Housewives? I was like, when is it gonna stop? So I needed to get out of bed. And you know, got out of bed, did my thing. Yesterday I was a little down too, but today I'm feeling back at it. So anyway, long-winded story. D, thank you so much. I am so happy to be back. Shout out to Nikki who gifted a membership. You're the best, Nikki. Thank you so much. And if you received a membership from Nikki, please make sure you say thank you to her. Shout out to D again with the 2. Says Max put on his chef's hat. Yes, he did. He did indeed. Thank you so much, D. Shout out to VR20K Logistics with the 5. Says state was intentionally targeting those men. I think they were. We all know that now, right? Like they were absolutely targeting these guys with a laser focus. It's interesting. But at the same time, I've said this so many times recently, you know, when I was in Arizona, I think it was like a week ago, chatting with federal law enforcement folks. And they were all surprised at how many holes there were in this investigation for it to be a RICO case. We've been looking for RICO everywhere for weeks, months. Next week is the anniversary then that the YSL trial started. About to be a year. A year ago, me and Lead sat down. We got like 19,000 views. Nobody cared. We watched the opening statements of this case. We did not think that it was going to go on for an additional 11 months. No, we didn't think that it was going to happen. We knew it was going to be long, but not this long. So interesting. But yeah, there was some targeting there. Definitely believe that. Thank you so much. Shout out to Kelly Applegate, who's been a member for 2 months. Thank you, Kelly, for your time with me. She says, AV throat coat tea will help that voice of yours. Yeah, and you know, it's so funny because like some of the men were like, I like it. I like you with a little raspy voice. I was just like,
You don't want me to start talking with a deep, raspy voice, do you? Is that attractive? Do y'all think... Men in the chat, and I know that this voice is not helping, but if you think a girl with a little rasp on her voice is like attractive, put a 1 in the chat. And if you're like, AV, I can't take you seriously with that damn voice filter on, put a 2 in the chat. Just let me know. I'm curious.
all right, I'll spare you guys. I love this roadcaster. It's so much fun. Thank you, Kelly. Shout out to the Little Gaming Channel with the 20. Says, it's crazy how most of the evidence is open for interpretation. And there is very little direct evidence. Yes. You have to put this puzzle together with pieces that don't fit and decide guilty or not. And that's the big challenge for the jury right now. Because Angela had made a very good point when she was here last week. She said a lot of times the detectives take things and try to make them fit, right? So it's kind of like, you know, you have a square, a square peg, and there's a round hole, right? This stream is getting so sexual. There's like a round hole. You're trying to ram the square thing in there and make it fit, and it's not gonna fit. It's not gonna fit. I mean, I don't know. So, but there is very little direct evidence. Direct evidence is like, I have a picture of someone committing a crime. I have video evidence where you could see their face, where it's like, you're caught red-handed, you are guilty. We see that, right? We don't have a lot of direct evidence here. At best, what we do have is circumstantial evidence. And that means that you're taking the circumstances around a situation and looking at text messages and looking at Instagram hidden shots and innuendos and this gang expert that, is qualified in certain things and certainly seems very knowledgeable in some aspects, but at the same time, Max Shard is exposing a big truth. What is that big truth? Do you have anything that directly ties Shannon Stillwell to pulling that trigger and taking away someone else's life? Mr. Drinks, his family recently spoke out. I think one of you guys told me that it was on Sylvia's channel, and I did listen into it, and it was, I believe, Mr. Drinks' aunt. And it was very heartbreaking to hear this interaction because she said something that takes a lot of guts. She said, we want to make sure, obviously we're the victim's family. We want to make sure that the right person that committed the crime is held responsible for it. She also went on to say that they don't even know who the state is alleging is responsible. All of this has been a scramble and scrape. Build the case as you try it. And what should happen is that the case should be closed, fully investigated, and handed over to the DA for charges. That's what you're supposed to see. What televised trials like this one are doing is they're exposing that that's not being done. That's just in Fulton County. What about the rest of the country? Oh my God. We just need to fix the entire system, like prison reform. I mean, I don't even want to go in. Y'all gonna make me run for office. Thank you so much, the Little Gaming Channel. Shout out to D again with the 5, says Gen X understands radio silence. Millennials and Gen Z love to self-snitch on social media. This is true. It's true. It's true. I mean, sorry guys, it's true. Here's why. Women, we're guilty of this all the time. You ever get so pissed off at somebody? And those like Instagram posts where you have like the little quotes, like, and you're talking about one person pissed you off, just one. And you want to post it just for that person. I was very guilty of this. This is how I did it. So help me, guys. If you ever see me do this, it means I'm mad. Anytime I will post a Game of Thrones quote or a clip from that show, I was very angry at one person. And but that's just the thing. It could have been, my dad. If I had an argument with my dad, I would go and get a Game of Thrones quote, and maybe it's Tywin Lannister being super rude to Tyrion, and I felt like Tyrion. I'm like, damn, Dad, why'd you have to say that like that? So we do self-snitch on ourselves. I think women do it with emotions. I don't know how guys do it. In the millennial and Gen Z population, let me say that. But be honest. Have you ever posted something with shade towards someone else based off of daily life-to-life stuff? Because here's the thing. People that follow you have no freaking idea what's going on. No idea. No clue what's going on. They're like, what is she talking about? Is she okay? She must really like Game of Thrones. That's usually what the response is. And thank you guys so much. There's a bunch of Cash Apps. I'm going to read those in a second. I'm almost done with these supers because these are from this morning. But thank you guys so much, all the Cash App crew, the Venmo crew. Thank you guys so much for the support. But I'm over here talking. I've been in bed for like 5 days. What do you mean? Like, I need to talk to somebody. Shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking again with the 5 memberships. He gifted 5 more. Thanks again. Trinidaddy, our favorite. Shout out to VR20K Logistics with another 5. Says money moments. That is right. Money moments are important. Okay. You guys see this extremely long username here. Shout out to your main man Mush with the 5 who says, Max, goddamn, can I pet that dog? I mean, yeah, Max has been going in. And we were like all excited. Like, it's like every sentence was like, oh man, did y'all watch the fight over the weekend? I didn't. Oh my God, Jake Paul and what is his name? Mike Tyson. Damn. Oh my God. Who do y'all think won that? Mike Tyson, Jake Paul? I mean, because it's like, Mike has a legacy of being the #1 boxer of all time, right? He bit somebody's joint off. He bit somebody's whole ear off, the whole oreja, like the top. This was gone. Like you bite somebody's joint off, right? So this like person with this feared reputation, you know, connected to the Tupac murder in a sense, not like, you know, I'm familiar because of that, because I've been doing my little legal digging. But Jake Paul, who arguably, guys, got his come up on YouTube. Like, I remember the kid when he was pranking people. Now a boxer. And I don't know if it was a money situation. I remember Drake, seeing a post from Drake saying, hey, I put $300,000 on this fight. got a few million. I think it was 1.3 he came out with. And it's like, you already got money. You know, like, whatever. Everybody was saying that it was rigged. And you know, some people are like, oh, you know, like seeing Mike get all hurt like that. I mean, I'm looking at it like, okay, well, maybe he just got his retirement money. I don't know. Somebody said Holyfield deserved to get his joint bitten off. I mean, I don't know. Prank boxer. I like that. Oh, Drake actually lost his bet. And this was staged. Okay. Interesting. Well, anyway, I don't know how I got into that rabbit hole, but thank you again, Mush. But that's what it felt like. Like, now you see Max in the ring, and Max is like, with everything he's saying to this woman on the stand, it's just like, boom, here's an uppercut. Remember that thing you said? Boom, here's another one. Here's another one. Oh, let me bob and weave. Let me do the bobbing and weaving. Anyway, thank you so much. Shout out to Rockin' Robin LA, who's been a member for 3 months. Thank you for your time with me, sis. She says, sorry I'm late, but good morning, AV and chat. Yeah, thanks, guys. Listen, we are on break until about 1:40. So we're killing some time over here. We got about 25 minutes. I do have a clip for us to watch that came in over the weekend. I'm just reading our super chats from the morning, and then we will resume trial for the afternoon. Max Shard is cooking. Like, out of all days. Arguably, when Max had Woody on the stand, that was like the best cross he's ever done. But this one is up there. I mean, he got Woody to admit that Little Mike and Quez were not real people. And I was surprised. I was stunned. It was funny. This is funnier because we saw Max's face when he caught this detective, because we can't see her, so we can only hear her. It's so funny. But thank you so much, Rockin' Robin in LA. for your time with me, and I hope you are having a great day down in lovely Louisiana. Shout out to D the Virgo, who became a member. Welcome, welcome, D. You're going to love it over here. Shout out to Nikki, who's been a member for a month, says, get him, Max. Nikki was like, oh, Nikki, I heard you and Dale got a thing. I mean, I don't know what's going on in chat. Shout out to Here Comes Drama with 10, says, yesterday was the foreplay. Today is the climax. And just when we were about to finish, you see this box on the other? See this box right next to me? That's what Law and Crime did to us. I mean, Jesus. Rockin' Robin LA with the 10 says, AV, love your outfit today. Completely classy lady. I hope you're feeling better. I am. Sent a message to Doug Weinstein for his closing argument. Since the state's case is shit, you must acquit. I love that. Oh my God, that just tickled me so much. Robin, that made my day. Thank you so much. Shout out to Trial Paralegal Regina. She has been a member for 3 months. Says, hey, good to see you, Regina. Hope you're having a lovely day in sunny Florida, I believe. I think it's Florida. I try to remember so much about you guys that it is scary. But thank you so much, Trial Paralegal Regina. Shout out to Tess with the 5. Says, AV, you are awesome. Glad you're feeling better. Thank you so much, sis. Like, I was hurt. Like, even with Luna was supposed to get a haircut on Friday. I called the groomer. I'm like, listen, I know you have a 24-hour cancellation policy, but I ain't gonna make it. Like, I can't get out of bed. I don't know what you want me to do. I can't make it down the stairs. And it was like, it was cold. I was just hot and cold and sweaty all the time. Like, it was, oh my gosh. It was not fun. It's never fun to be sick. It really isn't. Like, I'm a baby when I'm sick. Like, you know, like those people that are sick and you mope around the house. You're like, ah, like that was me. Friday was bad. But today I'm feeling much better. Thank you so much, sis. Shout out to Kelly with the 10, says, feel better, sis. Max is my new hero, right? We need a hero name for Max. I cannot wait until he comes on the channel too. I'm waiting until he's like done with the trial, but I'm really looking forward to picking that man's brain. That's gonna be a fun interview. Thank you so much, Kelly, for the 10. Shout out to Gloria with the 2, says Simone can't wait to recross and try to save him. Oh man, you just reminded me. You know Simone's gonna jump up. This is their last witness. You guys know Simone's gonna jump up and she's gonna try to scramble and scrape a little bit more. And she's gonna try to fix it. She's gonna try to fix it. And you know what's crazy? It's like, you can hear the detective's demeanor is just a little, not even a little, it's aggressive with Max. When Simone comes up there, it's gonna go right back to being nice and polite and knowledgeable about detective things. And that's why you can see some of the laughing happening with Max and what that's all about. Shout out to DJ Griff, who became a member. Thank you so much, DJ Griff. Where'd you get that chair? I need one of those. Like, this one matches this thing too much, but wow. Anyway, thank you so much, DJ Griff. Shout out to Miss L Boogie with a 5. She says, I liked watching the fight, but it was a money grab. Okay. But funny as he'll swing Mike's tushy. I mean, yeah, that's the thing, is there's just a huge age discrepancy, right? So it's kind of like, you know, good for Jake Paul. Like, let me challenge, you know, one of the oldest living boxers of all time. I mean, I don't know. Not oldest, but like Mike Tyson is a legend. And to challenge a legend takes a lot of cojones. But at the same time, were y'all doing it for the names and the money and this and that? Who knows, right? So thank you so much, Miss L Boogie. Shout out to City Sounds, who became a new member. Oh, are those drums? City Sounds, you want to make me an intro? Hit me up. Thank you so much. Oh, shout out to Diamond, one of my favorites. She dropped a 5 and says, the fact that I have 15 of my coworkers tuned into AV is a flex. Hey, y'all. Love you, girl. Guys, I love Diamond. She is so nice. I actually do use her makeup brushes. Look at my eyes. Diamond's brushes did that. Like, I don't know what she does with these makeup brushes, but I support a lot of businesses because I understand what it means to start something from scratch and figure it out. All of this is a business. I had to figure it out. I mean, I had a great teacher, shout out to Lead. But Lead is the type of person that's like, you put you on a bike, like, okay, take the training wheels off, go. And then he's out, and then he's gone. You got to figure it out yourself. So I really have a huge, 1 second, guys. I had to cough. Huge amount of respect for people that are entrepreneurs that figure something out. You're going to try and fail, and eventually success happens. So I only use Diamond's makeup brushes, and, girl got some choices. So huge shout out to Diamond Furtick. I think that is her username on Instagram. Her business name is God's Hue Beauty. Those are the brushes. They're great. They're black. They have diamonds around the top, and they're just really pretty to keep on your vanity or whatever. So check them out. And shout out to Diamond's coworkers. Hey, y'all. Good to see you. Good to see you. We have a fun community over here. And y'all always hit me up. Like, y'all remember Ollie, the macaw? He's not here right now, but I have candles that I purchased from his wife's website. They're pretty good. They're pretty good. So I try to help you guys out whenever I can. Coming to our Cash App crew, and again, court is back at 1:40, so we've got about 18 minutes. Look at us killing time. Let me come to all of our folks on the lovely Cash App. Oh, that was me on Instagram. I flashed y'all a little Instagram. Let me come to our Cash App squad and shout y'all out real quick. Coming to Tyra, sends the first Cash App of the day. She sends 10 and says, I hope you're feeling better. I am, sis. Thank you so much. And again, huge shout out to so many of you guys that have given me these home remedies and things to look at. So that way, I got back in better shape faster. So thank all of you guys. But thank you, Tyra, for the well wishes. Shout out to Miss L Boogie again with the 10 on the Cash App side, says, glad you're feeling better. Thank you. I mean, I'm still a little raspy, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Shout out to Freddie with the 5, who says, glad you're back. Your voice needs a Ricola. I know I need a lot of things right now. But luckily court is back soon. So I'm going to stay muted for a little bit, rest my voice for a while. Shout out to Freddie again with the 5, says, steal through the phone like Diddy when the stream stopped. Yep. I mean, did y'all hear about what happened with Diddy too? Witness tampering. It's like, how do you know who the witnesses are? Well, you should know because they do get a witness list. So interesting. But witness tampering, I haven't dug into it yet. I want to see the documents. I don't want to, you guys know me. I like to see verified stuff. But witness tampering is allegedly what's going on. Shout out to Kimberly with the 2, says, AV, pull Miss Sylvia's feed so we can see the rest. See, that's the thing. I can try. Let me think about it. But we also just have a few more minutes left. It's 16 minutes, and then we're going to be right back with the current trial feed. Shout out to Michelle with the 5, says, glad you're feeling better. Missed you. The third card. Listen, I had text, not even text, comments all day yesterday. Like, people were just like,
Amy, where are you? I'm having a trial withdrawal. Come back, please. Please come back. Like, why are you doing this? Somebody else was like, today is November 18th and you're not here. Where are you?
I'm like, God damn, if I don't show up to work, people are like, where you at? Where you at, AV? So thank you so much. I appreciate that. Shout out to Kim again with the $, says, Miss Sylvia's stream kept going. Let's watch. Kim's like, let's go. Let's go. Thank you so much, Kim. And then shout out to Why So Serious with the $, says, can Miss Bean Burrito ever just answer the questions? That's the other thing about this witness. Good observation. Why So Serious? She doesn't answer questions. Now, if you notice, sometimes Max will ask her again or ask her in a different way, but he's also trying to elicit the combativeness. He's trying to pull it out. Come on. Like, you know, it's almost like you see somebody that has that negative trait. And you're like, oh, I know that's there. Let's bait it out. Like, where's the carrot? Let's bait it out. So in a way, it's a fine balance because you do want to show that in front of the jury. Because if the jury starts to see her turn up or get negative or get combative, it's not a good reflection. It's actually a poor reflection. It's almost great trial strategy because if you have the detectives start to flip out, and we're also showing that they did not have a very thorough investigation, it kind of works in his favor. So when she is refusing to say yes or no, some attorneys would prefer that they don't move on until the witness answers the question. Some people do that. Like they're just like, yes or no. Camille Vasquez did that in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case. She would be like, Amber, yes or no. Some attorneys prefer to do that. But on cross, you if there's some things you want to come out, it's human nature, you can get it to come out. Shout out to Felipe Brito Ferreira. You have a very Latin name. He says, why is the live stream down? We were watching a few minutes ago, and it was getting great. Max Shard was cooking, and then all of a sudden, the feed just turn to this. And then we heard that they have been on lunch or decided to go to lunch until 1:40. So, 1:40 is 13 minutes away. So that is why the stream is down. But coming back to one more, shout out to Freddie with another 5. Freddie says, I'll send you some beats for your intro. Listen, I need a whole team. It just takes a village. There's a few things I need. I'm looking for a short form editor too, but I'm not trying to hire Americans, man. Like, I want to, but like, y'all want all this money. And I'm like, you want me to pay you like $77,000 a year? Like, who do you think? I'm not a millionaire yet. Like, I'm not yet, but like, wait. Like y'all be wanting these crazy high salaries, but that's just the cost of living here. Crazy. Felipe, Portuguese, okay. Yeah, you might, Brazil. I'm gonna guess Brazil. But like, this is how you can tell, because, my family's from Cape Verde. This is how you can tell. When there's 2 Portuguese last names, you're definitely from some Portuguese culture. It is Santos de Pina, and you've got Brito and Ferreira. It's funny. Portugal, I was wrong, damn. But it's good to know that you're watching. You're from the motherland. Good to see you, All right, coming to another one real quick. Oh, that's an email, but thank you so much, Danielle. You are the best. All right, guys. Oh, so a few of you guys are taking the challenge of the intro. Are we going to have an AV intro challenge? Because listen, the last one, I made it. You're going to have to beat that. You're going to have to beat me. How great are you guys? Anywho, while we have just about 10 minutes before they are back in the courtroom, I want to bring you guys to this. This came out last week. We're going to hear about the Department of Justice, right? They have done a deep dive into the Fulton County prison system, the jails in Georgia. Disgusting, really bad. Nut juice. We learned about that. We learned about that when Max cross-examined Little Woody. And Little Woody, he asked Little Woody about the conditions in the jail. And he said, Little Woody, like, we know that the conditions are not that good. Are they sanitary? He goes, yeah, there's standing water in the shower stalls, right? So when you take a shower as an inmate, you want to make sure you keep your slides on or your slippers or whatever the case is. The reason why is because you have men testosterone. Like, yeah, and if you're in jail for a long time, you might rub one out. And if you are taking a shower and there's a bunch of people rubbing one out, then you've got a bunch of nut on the floor and mixed with water, and that concoction of not even chemicals, that concoction of liquids is referred to as nut juice, which was very revealing to many people that did not know about nut juice. I had no idea. Variants throwing up. Like, what is rubbing one in? Okay, all right. We're getting off track. Let's go back to the Department of Justice actually looking into the prison system in Georgia. We have about 9 minutes until we are back in the courtroom. I will keep that feed up and go from there, but let's play this for the time being.
U.S. Department of Justice. Joining me is Ryan Buchanan, U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia. The Justice Department has completed a comprehensive investigation into conditions at the Fulton County Jail here in Fulton County, Georgia. Our investigation finds long-standing unconstitutional, unlawful, and dangerous conditions that jeopardize the lives and well-being of the people held there. We cannot turn a blind eye to the inhumane, violent, and hazardous conditions that people are subjected to inside the Fulton County Jail. Detention in the Fulton County Jail has amounted to a death sentence for dozens of people who have been murdered or who died as a result of the atrocious conditions inside the facility. It's not just adults, but also young people who are subjected to conditions and treatment that violate the Constitution and defy federal law. Many people held in jails in our country have not been convicted. They are awaiting hearings, trial dates, or are serving short sentences for misdemeanors. We find that the Fulton County Jail does not adequately protect incarcerated people from violence, such as stabbing, sexual abuse, or even murder. Physical deficiencies in the environment, such as unlocked doors and large holes in the walls, permit and even facilitate the brutality. Incarcerated people use makeshift weapons built out of jail fixtures to attack others, including vulnerable people with mental health needs and 17-year-old young people. In 2023 alone, we identified 314 stabbings and more than 1,000 assaults. This rate of violence exceeds what we've seen in other cities across the country. The Fulton County Jail had as many stabbings in a single month as the Miami-Dade County Jail had all year, and that's a facility with 1.5 times more people. Since 2022, 6 people in the jail have lost their lives to violence. I'll walk through additional court findings set forth in the report that we're issuing today. Living conditions at the jail are hazardous and unsanitary. Housing units are flooded from broken toilets. Roaches, rodents, and pests abound. Standing water, exposed wiring, and vermin make living areas unsafe. The jail does not provide enough food, leaving people severely malnourished. The jail fails to provide constitutionally adequate medical and mental health care to people at the jail, exposing people to preventable bad outcomes, including injury, seriousness, illness, pain and suffering, mental health decline, and even death. The lack of security staff and failure to prioritize health services impede access to care. Medical emergencies do not receive appropriate medical responses. People at risk of suicide do not receive sufficient protection, and people with serious mental health needs do not receive adequate treatment. The jail uses solitary confinement, also known as restrictive housing, in discriminatory and unconstitutional ways that expose people, particularly 17-year-olds and people with mental health disabilities, to risk of harm, including acute mental illness and self-injury. The jail uses lengthy confinement in restrictive housing as punishment without written explanation, which violates due process. As Georgia is one of only 4 states where the juvenile justice system's jurisdiction ends at 16, there are 17-year-old boys and girls also held at the jail. And these 17-year-old boys and girls are exposed to particular harm. The jail does not provide special educational services to 17-year-olds who are entitled to them under a federal law known as the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. It fails to protect these children from violence, including sexual abuse, and it uses isolation to punish them, which both violates their rights and contradicts clear research that such isolation uniquely harms our young people. The jail staff also uses excessive force. This includes deploying tasers without reasonable cause. For example, detention officers tased a man after he said he felt like hurting himself and needed to see a mental health specialist. Such violations stem from understaffing, poor policies, and lack of training and supervisory failures. The summary that I have just shared is harrowing enough, but individual experiences are gut-wrenching. For example, LaShawn Thompson, a Black man with serious mental illness, entered the jail on low-level charges and was confined to the mental health housing unit. 3 months later, staff found him dead in his cell, infested with lice, and as a medical examiner concluded, neglected to death. Several months before that, another Black man with serious mental illness died after he stopped taking his medication. 2 more Black men with mental health disabilities were murdered by their cellmates. Weeks after we opened our investigation, 6 more Black men died at the jail. All of this is a racial justice issue. 91% of the people living in these abhorrent, unconstitutional conditions are Black, as compared to 45% of Fulton County's overall population. It's also important to note that the vast majority of the approximately 2,000 people held at the jail have not been convicted of a crime. They are awaiting hearings and have yet to be tried, many of them. There are also a significant number of people with mental health disabilities. During our investigation, we worked closely with correctional, medical, mental health, and educational experts. We physically inspected the jail and observed housing units. We visited medical and mental health service areas. We reviewed thousands of pages of documents and interviewed dozens of jail staff and leadership. And we listened to the people held inside the jail and their advocates and their family members. We thank officials for their cooperation, and we thank all of those who provided valuable information and whose advocacy predates this investigation. I'll note that officials have taken preliminary steps to improve conditions, but they simply are not enough. We hope our findings report sounds an alarm that will prompt the Fulton County Board of Commissioners and the Sheriff's Office to swiftly implement the comprehensive reforms necessary to ensure constitutional conditions going forward. At the end of the day, people do not abandon their civil and constitutional rights at the jailhouse door. Jails and prisons across the country must protect people from the kind of gross violations and unconstitutional conditions that we have uncovered here. I'll now turn the floor over to U.S. Attorney Buchanan.
Good afternoon. I'm Ryan Buchanan, and I'm the United States Attorney here in the Northern District of Georgia. 1974, Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall wrote, "When the prison gates slam behind an inmate, he does not lose his human quality, his mind does not become closed to ideas, his yearning for self-respect does not end, nor is his quest for self-realization concluded." 50 years later, our comprehensive investigation into the conditions of confinement at the Fulton County Jail has, at its basic level, revealed that the men and women and young people who find themselves housed at the jail are often left to wonder whether their humanity remained intact once they cross the threshold of the jail facilities. Whether at the main jail, which is known to many in our community as Rice Street, or at its annex facilities, people in custody in Fulton County who are accused of crimes or awaiting formal charges or trials must protect themselves from brutal physical attacks by other detainees, subjected to frequent excessive force, manage their well-being with inadequate food and unsanitary living conditions, and hope that they can find access to a strained medical and mental health care program. The most obvious casualties of the civil rights violations occurring in the jail are those who leave the jail in body bags. But our investigation has revealed hundreds more injured, traumatized, and dehumanized people.
This is actually really important, guys. It really is. Like, now that I'm listening to it and just kind of thinking about what's transpired over these past few weeks, there is an activist that has committed to coming on the channel. I just need to follow up with her, who is very, very close to this fight as far as the human rights violations that are happening in these jails. But it's important for a few reasons. One, it is one of those taboo topics that people don't talk about. And anyone can end up in jail. Anyone. It could be your brother, your cousin, your father, your sister, your aunt. I mean, old people, you never, ever know. But if the conditions are this vile, where there's rats, there's lice, there's COVID, there's bed bugs. There was an inmate in the Fulton County Jail that died from an infestation, and I know it's gonna make you itch. This is a little bit. Died of a bed bugs. I mean, what the fuck? What are you guys doing? Clean the joint. Clean it. If you need money, like, where is government spending going in a state? But again, if you have a for-profit organization, which is jails, if it's for-profit, where is the money going? Now, I don't want to spoil it, because the guest that I'm going to have on knows all about this, and she's talked about the head of the jail, right? The people that run the jails, the lack of staffing at the jails, to the point where they had to contract it out. Contract it out. But the professionals that were contracted, like, I think it was in October, it came out that there were women that were working as COs, and they were screwing some of the inmates. I mean, it was, people were sneaking stuff in. How do they have cell phones? Oh my God. It is an absolute nightmare and a mess. But at the end of the day, if you're an inmate, there's a few things you have to worry about. Number one, you want to do your time, and you don't want anybody to bother you. Number two, if you are involved in gang stuff, you always have to be prepared to defend yourself. The fact that there are stabbings and stuff, the jail is falling apart to the point where it was crumbling. It was crumbling, like parts of the wall were falling off the wall, concrete, stuff like that. Instead of them fixing it, guess what inmates are doing? They're taking pieces of the wall and they're creating weapons. So if you're an inmate, are you going to feel safe going and get food and somebody can knock you out with a rock from the wall? You know, you got to keep people separated too. If you have people that do have mental conditions, get them the proper care that they need. You know, I was telling you guys about my family members. He told me how they would keep people with mental illnesses in general population. If you keep them in gen pop, what happens? You know, if somebody has schizophrenia or whatever and they can't stop pacing and you're their cellmate, you got to deal with them pacing. Or if they have a screaming problem, they wake up in the middle of the night and just start screaming, you ain't going to get your sleep. You have to deal with that. That's what we're telling these men. In jail, it's supposed to be rehabilitative. But when you go to the different levels, low security, mid security, max security, you have to think about all of those balances. And being a CO is dangerous. That's a dangerous job. My cousin in Florida, he's about to be a CO. I'm like, you really want to do that? He does. But at the same time, these are jobs that are necessary. But if we look at the system in its entirety, and if every person is going to continue to ignore what's happening, then is it justice? So it is actually good that the Department of Justice is looking at this, but Department of Justice, are you looking at it for one state? Are you gonna look at all 50? Sorry, when I get on my little political, stuff, like I get on my soapbox, let me check on the trial. It's not back yet. We're waiting for them to come back. They were due back at 1:40. It is now 1:46. Let's keep going.
All of whom are just as deserving of the protections of the Constitution as all of us in this room. Since we announced our investigation in July of 2023, the United States Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Georgia and the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice have worked diligently to meet our shared mission, to advance the public safety, to uphold the rule of law, and to protect civil rights. There is no greater example of this mission at work than protecting and vindicating the rights of those who are under the custody and control of jail authorities, who themselves are duty-bound to protect the public and those in their custody. We began our investigation after LaShawn Thompson was found in his cell, neglected to death, covered in lice. But in the time since his death, several more young men detained in the jail have died, and many died violent deaths. Our investigation revealed unacceptably high incidents of assaults and stabbings, and in some cases, most disturbingly, jail staff witnessed and allowed the attacks without intervention. 2023 alone, there were over 1,000 assaults and more than 300 stabbings in the Fulton County Jail. It outpaces the rate of similar assaults in other major city jails almost 2 to 1. Those numbers only reflect the reported attacks. Many detainees told our team that they explained that they feared for their safety. They were reported that they had been stabbed or assaulted. One such detainee was left untreated for multiple stab wounds for a week until our team alerted the jail of his injuries. Also unaccounted for in these disturbing numbers are numerous allegations of violent rape, sexual assault, and harassment. The crisis of violence in the Fulton County Jail has resulted in part because of the lack of effective classification and housing planning, which allows for extremely violent individuals and gang members to be housed with vulnerable and low-risk individuals. And particularly, vulnerable individuals are most subject to violence in the jail, including people with serious mental illness, gay and transgender detainees, and 17-year-olds. In addition, the Fulton County Jail employs too few guards relative to the number of detainees to keep people safe, and poor maintenance of basic fixtures allows violence to go unchecked. But numbers aside, jail staff are often unaware of violence because they conduct inadequate security rounds. We uncovered incidents where hours or even days passed before victims of assaults were discovered by staff. In one shocking case, while an officer sat in an observation tower, a man was killed with his hands and his feet bound, not found until his body was extremely cold. Additionally, hundreds of broken light fixtures and cell doors allow violent detainees to move about at will in the shadows, and sometimes through the very walls of the facility. Equally alarming, men and women in the Fulton County Jail also experience violence from the staff. Our investigation showed the crisis of violence, the lack of security at the Fulton County Jail is paired with staff that resort to the use of force too quickly and too often. We found that staff were regularly deploying tasers and pepper spray without any warning and for minor rule infractions like failing to hang up a phone quickly enough, yelling, or not putting items away as instructed. The rampant use of tasers is particularly disturbing. The risk of cavalier deployment of tasers is not just the temporary pain of electrocution. Detainees have been hospitalized for serious injuries caused by probes that are embedded in sensitive parts of the body, like the neck and even in the bone. The excessive use of force in the jail is not confined to a few bad actors. Officers lack policy and training guidance on whether and when force is appropriate, and when officers cross the line, the jail rarely holds them to account. In some cases, the policy is glaringly inconsistent with established use of force techniques. Written policies explicitly state that staff may deploy their tasers against suicidal or emotionally disturbed persons without any assessment of danger to themselves or to others. Staff are permitted to use force when a person interrupts their work, and the use of force reports and supervisor reviews bear this out. Supervisors rarely assess a need for the use of force if they do it at all. Perhaps most concerning, our investigation showed that even when the jail determines that an officer used excessive force, discipline is virtually non-existent. Those officers go back to their jobs to repeat the same conduct. Aside from the glaring risk of violence, detainees face the insidious threat of unsafe living conditions, constant exposure to rodents and pests, and an unsettling disregard for food safety. Detainees in the Fulton County Jail lack basic necessities like working toilets and sinks, and are exposed to flooding, standing water, mold, and what can only be described as filth. Pests carrying bacteria and disease not only run rampant in food preparation areas, but have infested the bodies of the people in the jail, people like LaShawn Thompson. Earlier this year, our team was evacuated from a housing unit in the jail because of a lice outbreak. Given the high incidence of violence in the jail, the need for adequate medical and mental health care is critical. But Fulton County Jail has failed to provide constitutionally adequate care to the men, women, and young people in the custody of Fulton County Jail in virtually all respects. For a time, because of the unsafe conditions in the jail, Fulton County's health care provider, NAFCare, nearly terminated its contract to provide medical and mental health services for fear that their staff would become victims of the dangerous environment without proper security escorts. The lack of security left an entire floor of the jail without adequate access to care because it was simply too dangerous for the health care workers to go inside. Medication and treatment are often impeded by flooding in a unit, power outages, and the unavailability of officer escorts. This lack of care in the Fulton County Jail has led to at least 17 non-homicide, non-suicide deaths in 2022 and 2023, a rate that is more than twice the national average since 2019. A detainee who reported chest pain later died of a heart attack. Jail failed to assess a man for rapid weight loss before he died, much like LaShawn Thompson, who died after losing over 30 pounds in 3 months. These figures likely underreport the true death toll of people who were transported out of the jail to Grady Hospital and died outside of the jail walls. If someone dies in the jail, there's little or no effort by the jail to determine the root cause of their death. 75% of the people who have died in Fulton County Jail since 2021 had a current mental health diagnosis or a history of mental illness. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the mental health treatment options and suicide prevention practices are grossly inadequate in Fulton County Jail. Our team observed firsthand how custody staff deprioritize mental health issues and fail to respond appropriately to concerns. Requests for mental health treatment are delayed or ignored, and mental health staff are simply unable to provide the minimum standard of care for those who need it. Daily medication is often unavailable, and suicidal detainees are often isolated and locked in restrictive housing in lieu of treatment. And when people are released from the Fulton County Jail, they are frequently left without the medication needed to sustain their health, without notice to their families, and sometimes actively experiencing a mental health episode. This is not a recipe for ensuring the safety of these individuals upon release or the safety of our community, and it is constitutionally unacceptable. Finally, I'd like to speak about a population in the Fulton County Jail that many may not know exists, a population of 17-year-old boys and girls. All of the constitutional violations that I've discussed today apply with equal force to the young people housed at Rice Street and the annex facilities. The average stay of a 17-year-old in the Fulton County Jail is 392 days. In that time, they are particularly and uniquely at risk for violence, lack of access to mental health care, risk of suicide while in isolation in restrictive housing. During the team's tour of the South Annex, they learned the boys there were held in their cells for 22 hours.
This is really sad, guys. And again, just a quick update. They were due back at 1:40. It is now almost 2 o'clock, so they are back a little bit late. So we're just waiting for them to come back. In the meantime, we are watching a update from the Department of Justice looking into the jail system in Atlanta and Fulton County in Georgia. It's really sad to hear, especially with the 17-year-old population. So I have all of the feeds up. I'm following major news networks only. So that means Law and Crime, that means Atlanta News First, that means Fox 5. I have all three of them here. I'm just waiting to see which news network comes back first. News networks have Rule 22s in the courtroom, so that's what I'm going based off of. I know that there are other creators that are streaming, and that's fine, but I am choosing to work with news networks only. So let's go back. Oops, sorry, wrong button.
Hours or more frequently. The girls housed at Rice Street fare no better. And to the extent that these young people require a kind of specialized educational programs that are called for by federal law, they are not getting them. In fact, no educational services of any kind are provided to the 17-year-old detainees in Fulton County. These young people deserve better. You see that our report lays out the bare minimum measures Fulton County Jail must take to comply with its obligations under the Constitution and federal law. We are appreciative of the cooperation of Fulton County, the Fulton County Sheriff thus far, and we look forward to working with them going forward to remedy these civil rights violations in the weeks and months to come. The Northern District of Georgia prioritizes the protection and enforcement of civil rights for our district's most vulnerable residents. We are grateful for the impactful partnership of our colleagues from the Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division. We would not be here today without their collaboration. 2022, when I became U.S. Attorney, we formalized our tradition of civil rights work in this office. It's a tradition that dates back to the very first United States Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia. We did so by formally establishing a public integrity and civil rights section. This talented, dedicated team of assistant U.S. attorneys, investigators, paralegals, legal assistants, and even interns are to be commended for this work. This team is comprised of people who are citizens of this district, people who live in Fulton County and work every day in Fulton County. They have spent countless hours in the Fulton County Jail speaking with the men, women, and young people housed at the Fulton County Jail. I'm proud to be their colleague. I'm grateful for their relentless effort in upholding the rule of law, advancing the public safety, and protecting civil rights. That's our mission. We relish the opportunity to fight for the rule of law, for the safety of our citizens, and for the civil rights of every human being who lives in the Northern District of Georgia. We do so because our Constitution and our mission mandate equal justice under the law for everyone. Thank you.
At this time, we'll open the press conference to questions and answers.
Do you, just listening to everything that you guys laid out, what is your recommendation? It sounds like Fulton County Jail needs to be shut down. Do you recommend Fulton County Jail be shut down immediately?
Our report actually sets forth the remedial measures that we think that the jail can put in place to cure the violations that we have identified. They are set forth in the back section of our report. They include improving staffing and security, using a housing and classification system, reducing contraband through increased oversight, improving the physical conditions of the jail, ensuring that medical and mental health care is constitutionally adequate, and ensuring appropriate use of restrictive housing to avoid serious risks associated with isolation. So in short, we can fix these problems, and we are pleased that Fulton County has pledged to cooperate with us in doing so in the road ahead.
We've heard a lot of back and forth between the Fulton County Sheriff and the Commissioners about who's ultimately responsible for these problems. Were you guys identifying kind of a point person who needs to lead these charges? Is it a funding issue? Is it a sheriff issue?
Well, we're looking forward to working with Fulton County and the Fulton County Sheriff's Department to negotiate a resolution, and we recognize that this is an important issue for the community, and they will certainly play an important part in the process.
They're one kind of more responsible, or I guess ultimately responsible for the well-being of these inmates.
I think all officials have a role here, and look forward to working with both the county and the Sheriff's Department in the road ahead.
What is your specific time frame, and then how will your office proceed based on the efforts of the county to address this issue?
We are hoping to turn the page today. We've provided our findings to the county and look forward to moving swiftly to address the violations that we have identified. This is a life and death matter for many, given the severity of the violations that we have uncovered.
Have they been given a time frame to address it?
No specific time frame, but we are ready to roll up our sleeves and work now with the county to address these serious issues.
And you listed a number of civil rights violations. Is anybody being held accountable for the actions that have happened thus far, be it charges, legal action? Who's being held accountable? Is anybody being held accountable for what's happening?
It's an important question. We have heard the calls for accountability. This is a civil investigation carried out pursuant to a federal law known as the Civil Rights of Institutionalized Persons Act. What we're seeking to do here is put in place the systemic reforms needed to ensure the safety of those housed at the Fulton County Jail going forward.
I know things are laid out in the report, black and white, but did you know it was going to be this bad, this inhumane, unconstitutional when you went in? And does any of this shock you?
Of course it's shocking. People have died. We started in July of 2023 after the tragic death of LaShawn Thompson. Obviously, when you start something where someone has died, you're already at, in many respects, rock bottom. And so we continued to investigate. Unfortunately, we found that LaShawn Thompson was not the only person who died as a result of these conditions. And then if you scale back beyond just those who died, but those who I mentioned were traumatized, dehumanized, and the like, you come up with a situation that we believe is just unacceptable for our community. And so all of the atrocities that are listed in this report are disturbing. All warrant prompt attention by the Fulton County authorities, and we look forward to working with them as quickly as possible to provide a remedy.
Have you been in contact with Lieutenant Thompson's family? They've been very vocal about his death, held protests, all kinds of things. Have you guys personally reached out, or the team reached out to the Thompson family?
We've been in touch with a number of families, a number of advocates, and people housed at the jail, all who shared their testimony and those stories and lived experiences of people housed at the Fulton County Jail very much informed the findings that we issued today.
Is there any kind of action you guys can take to ensure that these recommendations become reality or become reality in an efficient manner?
Well, as I said, we are prepared to roll up our sleeves and begin working today with Fulton County officials to address these violations. But we hope our findings report sends a loud message to other officials across the country about the need to ensure that conditions for people housed in jails in our country need to comply with the Constitution and need to comply with federal law. I'm hopeful at the end of the day that Fulton County can put in place the reforms, measures, and best practices necessary so that it...
All right, guys. Well, this is interesting. We have learned a lot about the Fulton County prison system, and it's not good, right? It's not good at all. I have been doing some work on the back end and have confirmed what's going on with law and crime. I have their feed up. I am a person that prefers news networks. I don't like to really use other people's feeds. Here's what I found out. The box that is putting all the news networks together, which is based off of law and crime, their box just had an outage. And that connects Fox 5, it connects Atlanta News First, and the like. Now, I know people are saying Infamous Miss Sylvia streaming, I'm not a lawyer, but, so now the YouTubers are holding it down. Shout out to us. So I am just very protective of my platform because of copyright and things of the like. I do have one source that is live right now, which we're going to use. Shout out to Dennis Byron. He is a trusted journalist and friend to both me and Lead. So we are actually going to go to his stream. In fact, to the point where Dennis has even offered to take his face off of the screen so we can watch this. So I'm going to bring you guys up to that one temporarily. As soon as Law and Crime is back up, I will bring us back over there. But let's watch.
100% sure.
Let me ask you, do you know if it was before or after the indictment?
After.
Mr. Shar asked you some questions about tinted windows. Do you remember that?
Correct.
Right. Have you ever had any cars tinted, windows tinted?
I have.
And have you ever received instructions after the car has been tinted on what you should do about winding up and winding down the windows?
I have.
Have you always listened to that instruction?
I tried to, yes.
Has there been a time when, and let me ask you, what is the instruction generally?
Don't roll your windows down for 3 to 5 days.
You said you tried to. Have there been times where you have rolled them down before the 3 or 5 day period?
The next morning, getting out of my parking deck, I accidentally rolled down my window.
In your experience, did anything happen to the tent?
It did not.
So I want to go to State's Exhibit 437 VV and the call that's on March 15th. 2022 at about 2:00 a.m.
Yo. All right, man. There's all kinds of shit going on. I just jump in the other car, bro. Y'all niggas don't be getting dropped off and they ain't got no motherfucking ride to go back home to. That don't make sense. Yeah, yeah. The fuck you getting dropped off for a nigga ride with the nigga who wrote you? Yeah. That's stupid as fuck, man. You need to be on the gun or something. What the hell? What's wrong with you? We right here. We right here down here. Yeah, what? Ride past trying to see. I'm finna go get I'm finna meet up with y'all, nigga. I'm finna go get a fill up. Gotta get a fill up for right. Yeah. Alright, I'm listening. Huh? I said, alright, I'm from listening.
All right, guys, Law and Crime is back up. We're gonna go back over there. Sorry, this is just my preference. I just like making sure that we use news networks. So we're gonna do that. Back to Law and Crime. It looks like Simone Hilton is now doing redirect. So we did miss Max's cross. Oh my God, this box going out was detrimental, but that's okay. We expected some scrambling and scraping, so we're gonna get some really clean audio from Law and Crime right now. They need to keep an extra box on hand. Just saying. Love you, Law and Crime, but y'all can't. I mean, we missed so much of what Max was doing, and he was on 10. But let's keep going.
And if you can use the pointer. Looking at the map, are you able to see the area or the neighborhood that it appears that the phone is in?
Yes,
Okay. What neighborhood is that?
Mechanicsville. All right here.
And where it has the pin drop, is that where the phone is supposed to be located on the map?
It should be within that radius. So it'll give you a radius and say within this many meters, and that judges how big the circle's going to be.
And on the radius, do you see Fulton Street Southwest?
I do.
And do you also see McDaniel Street?
I do.
Is is I-Windsor and I-20 in this general vicinity of this area?
No, it will be right here.
I'm going to object to vague general vicinity.
Sustained. Within the map, are you able to see where the I-20 Windsor area is?
Right here.
Are you able to see, court's indulgence for a moment. Thank you. Now, do you recall Mr. Shar asking you about whether or not the phone call that was at 9:59, where the call says get on FaceTime, whether that was, where did you get that time information from?
Yes.
And where was it that you received that time from?
The wiretap itself.
I'm going to publish for you what's already been admitted as 397 VVD, which is the ankle monitor location information. Looking at 397 VVD, do you see a time for 9:59 p.m.?
I do.
And do you see a location for 9:59 p.m.?
464 Windsor.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 397 VVC. Do you see that same address located on 397 VVC?
I do.
Okay. And is that the is that the BP gas station?
It is.
And is that the BP gas station located at Windsor and Fulton Street?
It is.
Is that the same BP gas station that you saw in surveillance video?
It is.
Is that the same BP gas station where the car that was rented by Shannon Stillwell and Demikian Garlington is inside of is at that gas station?
It is.
Is that the same gas station where the white Ford Fusion is in, that DeMarco Boyer is in, at that same gas station?
It is.
And is it at 9:59 that that call comes in that for them to get on FaceTime?
It is.
And in looking at the surveillance video, is that moments before or after the red car in which Mr. Drinks was in is pulling off from that gas station?
I'm going to object to cause for speculation. I
Have,
don't know how the video cameras link up.
I think that's an argument.
Do you want to rephrase the question?
Sure. On the surveillance video, do you see at approximately 9:59 from the BP surveillance video, that car, Mr. Drinks' car leaving the gas station?
I believe Mr. Drink's car leaves the gas station, and the other cars shortly thereafter follow.
And then do they then go to, those cars go to the light that's on the FedEx surveillance video?
Yes, they stop at the light.
All right. Now let's go to the FedEx surveillance video.
Sure.
All right. Now, what time is on the surveillance video on the bottom? How much into the video are we at?
1 hour, 1 minute, and 32 seconds.
All right. Mr. Bach, if you can press play, please. Is that the red car approaching the light?
It is.
Right. Is that now the first white car, which is the white Audi, now approaching next to Mr. Drinks?
It is.
And is that the white Ford Fusion then approaching next to the white Audi?
It is.
And are those cars just all at the light currently?
Yes.
And do we now see cars moving in the opposite direction?
Yes, oncoming traffic is starting to move.
And actually, Mr. Abadi, can we go back to when the cars first get to the light? I want you to tell me, Investigator Vivarito, what time does the red car first get to the light?
One hour, 1 minute and 36 seconds.
What time, and tell me what time the Audi gets to the light?
At the 45-second mark.
And what time does the Fusion get to the light?
52-second mark.
What time does oncoming traffic start?
1 hour, 2 minutes and 11 seconds.
Are they still at the light?
They are.
What time does this car that's behind pull up?
1 hour, 2 minutes and 24 seconds.
Do you see the white Audi pull off?
I do.
What time was that?
You may have to roll it back for a
If
second.
you could pull back for a second.
You may have to go back more because it's already pulled off.
You can go back to 102.11. We'll pause. Do you see the Audi pulling off?
Foot comes off the brake at about 1 minute and 1 hour, 2 minutes and 21 seconds, and they pull off at 1 hour, 2 minutes and 24 seconds, or 23 seconds.
And prior to the Audi pulling off, do you see the Fusion make any movement?
No.
Okay, let's go back. Can you go back to 102.15?
Oh, the Fusion starts creeping up.
And what time is that?
It's around like the 17 or 18 second mark.
And is the white Audi going into oncoming traffic?
Yes, it darts into incoming traffic, oncoming traffic.
The lane that Mr. Drink's car in, is that the left turn lane?
It is.
The car that pulled up behind, does that car go left and turn left?
Yes.
And you said that you've been out to this area before.
I have.
Is the middle lane a turn lane?
No.
Is it only the left lane?
Yes.
Now, if we can go back again to 102.15. Now, Investigator Vivarito, I want you to focus on, remember the individual you saw walking in the video before?
Yes.
I want you to focus on that individual walking.
Okay.
And if you can show the jury when you first see the person walking.
Right there. Or is it not on my screen? It is. Oh, there it is.
And you keep playing. Do you still see the person walking?
I do.
Are they still walking when the car makes a U-turn?
It is. They are.
Can you still see them walking?
It's muffled, but yeah, they're still continuing towards the intersection on foot.
And is Mr. Drink's car still sitting in the left lane?
It is.
Do you still see the individual walking?
You see, surfacing right here. It's very hard to see, but you see the movement right here.
Why did you bring this out on direct, Simone?
And he's still walking towards the light?
Correct.
On Windsor Street, where the individual is walking, what is to the right of where he's walking?
I believe I remember correctly, some bushes or shrubbery, and there may be a wall of some sort. I can't 100%.
Now, we're going to have to go back again to about 1:02:11. Again, is that where all three cars, the Fusion, the Audi, and and Mr. Drink's car, all at the light?
Correct.
Now let's focus our attention on the car that pulls up. What time does the car pull up?
At about the 27 to 28 second mark at 1 hour, 2 minutes, 27 or 28 seconds.
And I actually want to pause. Mr. Abadi, are you able to zoom in to that portion now? And once you zoom in, if you go back to 1:02:11. If it's not working, we can just go back.
Oh my God. We're watching magical people and the shadows walking. What is the point about the person walking? A lot of you guys pointed out that third car weeks ago. Should probably been watching us. Shout out to us.
Thank you. Is that just a zoomed in area of the location that we just been looking at?
It is.
All right. And now I'm going to focus on the white car that pulls up. Do you see the Fusion pull for it first?
Correct.
Is that the Audi pulling off into traffic?
Correct.
Now, is the white car behind those cars?
It is.
And from here, can you tell if the car that pulls up is behind the car with Mr. Drinks?
You'll see like a gap here. It's like the tires are back towards the back of the car.
In the turning lane?
It's in the middle lane.
Okay. Keep going. And do you see the car flash on and off and the car still behind Mr. Drink's car?
Yes.
Right. And is that light red?
It is.
And does the light turn green when he goes to make the left turn?
It is.
Following road traffic?
Correct.
Or following the correct signals?
Correct.
And is the car still sitting there?
It is.
At any point in time in this video, do you see any muzzle flash?
No.
But was Mr. Drink still shot inside of that vehicle?
Yes.
Now, when the Audi that Mr. Stillwell takes off, does he go left as well?
Yes.
Right. I want to go back to 397 VVD. And I want to go all the way up to the top initially.
Okay.
This exhibit. Now, do you see the top, the categories of the information that's contained within this exhibit?
I do.
Do you see column I?
Yes.
And what does column I say?
Speed.
All right. I want to go back to March 14th, 2022. And I want to scroll to when we last looked at this document at 9:59, was he at the location at 464 Windsor Street?
He was.
Okay. And at 10 o'clock, was this at 464 Windsor Street?
He was.
That's the same BP gas station.
Correct.
All right. At 10:01, was the income out at 405 Cooper Street Southwest?
It was.
All right. And do you see that column I where it says 17 and 18?
Correct.
All right. And that's the miles per hour, right?
Correct.
Okay. When we go to 10:02, PJV2 plus VR, is that at 18 seconds?
18 miles.
18 miles per hour?
Yes.
Excuse me. And I want you to remember this PJV2 location, all right?
Okay.
The next location, 500 Northside Drive Southwest. How many miles per hour?
90.
And what time is that?
10:03.
is that 2 minutes after the car was at the, or the ankle monitor at the PJV2 location?
A minute
Excuse me,
after.
a minute after the PJV2 location,
Yes.
right? I want to show you 397 VVF.
Yes.
Look at that, we got a break. Sorry guys, I had to get Miss Lou. I had to get her. So I'm gonna come back. I don't know if that was a approach or what was going on. So I'm gonna come back a few seconds to see what I missed stepping away. Because I know that they were talking about the high-speed chase or whatever it was, or which this is a spreadsheet, so it is interesting. Let me just look at that objection and explain it to y'all.
I want to show you 397 VVF.
They can hear you.
Yes.
All right, so it sounds like Max wanted the approach. Let me see if I can skip ahead. Yeah, they're still up there. Y'all say hi to Miss YSL Luna. It's been a while since she's been up here. She needs a haircut. She's gonna get a haircut tomorrow, so she will be back. Lou, you wanna help me read some super chats as we wait? Let's see who we got. We got a few of you guys. We're just waiting for them to come back from this bench conference. I think we left off somewhere around here. Shout out to Carl. Carl has been a member for 3 months. He says, I've missed a bit. How did Merchant's client do? Well, actually, Merchant is not going to be having her client on the stand because this is the state's last witness. So I'm going to be following up with her to see where we are, just to see if we can get her on the show, talk about her thoughts on the YSL trial, dealing with the state, things of the like. So I'm going to be following up with her. That is on my list. Thank you so much, Carl, and it's good to have you back. Shout out to the Little Gaming Channel with the 20, says equivalent to the lower deck of a slave ship. This was looking at the conditions of the Georgia jails, guys. So absolutely, we've been checking it out to see what's been going on there as we were on the lunch break. That is a piece of footage that a lot of you guys checked out with me, and we were able to see the Department of Justice inquiry into what's going on in the Georgia prisons. Shout out to Nene, our favorite Aussie with the $1. Thank you so much. She says she sends a super sticker. Thank you, Nene. Hope you're having a great day down under. Shout out to Gloria with the 10. Gloria says, this isn't the first time Rice Street has complained that they are now trying to act like they care. AV asked TLA about the new jail they built downtown on Garnett Street and closed down. Wow. Yeah, it's so interesting because it's like, just take care of inmates. It's not that hard. Thank you, Gloria. Looks like they're coming back in. Shout out to TLGC with the 10. Sorry to hear that about your nephew, TLGC. It is scary. Look at not Shannon, look at Yak's outfit today, guys. A little tux action. I wonder what that bench conference was about. Yeah, the jury and the witness off the stand for that.
Your Honor, I don't know what the, Mr. Shard's gonna tell you why he objected. I had already asked the witness the question about the 90 miles per hour. So that question was done. My next question, I asked her to read the location of PJV2. That's it, what was on the spreadsheet. Then that is when Mr. Shard objected. So that is the objection that's on the floor. At this point, I've asked her to read PJV2.
Well, she is reading off of an ankle monitor report from the ankle monitor company. To the extent that she reads off of it, that's not really my issue. It's when she starts to interpret the data. She doesn't work for that company. I don't know, for instance, the PGV2, whatever, PJV2.
She always does that.
I don't expect to hear her testify or what that means, because she's not the ankle monitor person. The ankle monitor person would have been the person to ask about those things. So I don't get.
What is VJV2? So the next thing that I was going to show her, which was already admitted, is the picture of PJV2, which is a location that's already in evidence.
But how does she? Okay, so
What you were going to ask her to do? Yes. So this is the spreadsheet, Your Honor.
Okay.
On here, which I had her read earlier on the spreadsheet, the column has the name, column D has the date and time, column E and F is longitude and latitude, and column G is a location. So before the objection, I believe she was reading, or she had read, at March 14th, 2022 at 10:02 p.m., the location PJV2 plus VR, Atlanta, Georgia. That is what my question entailed. And that was the
Okay, and
objection.
she read that?
She
Or
read,
is- Okay, she read PJV2 plus VR, Atlanta, Georgia?
I believe that. if
Or
the
is that
objection-
when the objection came?
That might have been when the objection came.
Okay, and then what?
And I was just gonna have her read the date and time of that location. Then I was gonna show her what has been admitted already as already admitted as 397 VVF.
That plots that location
Correct.
by the ankle monitor company? Or by whom?
He showed the ankle monitor company that picture as it correlated to this location here. So we printed out Google images of these locations, PJV2, 464 Windsor, which is what I just showed her previously.
By the latitude and longitude?
Yes.
Somebody plotted latitude and longitude
I don't.
on a map
No, we
to get
pulled
that
up-
location?
No. We pulled up the map. We went into Google and we put PJV2 plus VR. We just Googled it. And we pulled up the location.
So essentially, they want someone who doesn't work for the ankle monitor. And mind you, the ankle monitor company person is already here. They want someone who doesn't work for the ankle monitor company to take something that's on the ankle monitor company's Excel sheet and then compare it to
Get her,
a
Max.
printout that the prosecutors printed out, and
That is already in evidence?
that's
You're right,
already in
it's in evidence. It's not, we're not admitting it through her. It's in evidence. The ankle monitor witness introduced it. He
Okay.
introduced it along with the record
Mm-hmm.
of the pictures. And so
Okay.
at this point, when Mr. Shard has
Okay, and
challenged.
then what? So you'll then say, and here's this other piece of evidence that is a plot of PJV2 plus VR.
Is that the location at the light that for the surveillance video that we just observed? Because all of
Okay.
this is in this is all in response to Mr. Shard's cross-examination about what occurred at the light.
Can you put that back up again, please? The thing that was just up. And from this, you are going to have her extrapolate that because at 10:02, his ankle monitor showed him at that location, then what? Because you came up here and were saying this is going to be able to show that the timeline is accurate across all the different devices. How is it going to do
So
that?
the challenge that Mr. Shard made is that the 9:59 phone calls, this started with the phone call at 9:59, which is the wiretap phone call. Mr. Shard asked Investigator Vivarito, are you able to know if that is the accurate time?
Uh-huh.
Because of that line of cross-examination, we are now showing Investigator Vivarito other admitted evidence that shows a correlation to that 59 time. So when you look at this chart, before we get to the 10:02, which is at PJV2, at 9:59, the
Please
ankle.
put that exhibit back up. Or hand it to me. I'm happy to have a paper copy of it. So now we're talking about 9:59 and not 10:02.
You're right, we're showing Mr. Shard started off at 9:59. Then if you can recall, he went through the entirety of the surveillance video at the FedEx.
Uh-huh.
So that's after 9:59. So what we are showing is other evidence that
he does not dispute that he was at the light.
He disputes
at the same time as Mr. Drinks was.
Your Honor, he disputes that Mr. Stillwell is the person who was shooting. He disputes that the call at 9:59 was a call to get on FaceTime to shoot Mr. Drinks. We are saying that that call, that FaceTime call, is a call where they said we are getting ready to go shoot the ops. That's why they get on FaceTime. So he is challenging all of that, Your Honor. So what we are showing is at 9:59, if you look here on the ankle monitor, he's at 464 Windsor Street. That is the BP gas station. He then a minute
9:59 is accurate.
Here's
and lined up to, I mean, I don't see how you can establish that 9:59, according to the ankle monitor company, is, spot on to the second. 9:59, according to the wiretap.
But we're saying that it's accurate time, Your Honor, because he's at 464 Windsor, which is where, if you look at the BP gas station video footage, that is when all the cars begin to pull off from the surveillance video at the BP gas station.
But there is no cross-reference to the wiretap, which is the point. That was my only point, is 9:59 on the wiretap. We don't know when it is on the rest of these devices, and this information does not give us, or other surveillance systems.
Agreed.
And
Do you have him on the video at the BP station talking on the phone and going like this?
We have the wiretap that has him, we believe, the phone plot.
I know you believe it. Do you have evidence to establish it?
Our evidence is circumstantial evidence that he is at the gas station. Do we have direct evidence? No, Your
No,
Honor.
do you have evidence that the 9:59 that you want is the same 9:59 on all of the different things that recorded time in video.
That is why we're showing this, Your Honor, because we're trying to show circumstantially that all these times are
How
together.
are you showing circumstantially that it lines up?
Your Honor, because when we look at the ankle monitor information, he is at the 464 Windsor at 9:59. The call comes in at 9:59. The BP gas station surveillance video has 9:59. So we are showing that all of these things coexist. So the time could not just be off because all of the time are at approximately 9:59.
That's if he got the call when he was still at the gas station.
Your Honor,
The fact that they all at some point say 9:59 doesn't establish anything if you don't have a video that shows him talking on the phone at 9:59 so that you can go, aha, see, the video lines up with the ankle monitor that says 464 Windsor Street. Otherwise, it's just what you want it to say, but it doesn't actually, even circumstantially, establish that. You can argue it, but you can't have a witness say, yep, this says 9:59, so that means that's
we
when
didn't
that.
ask her to say that, Your Honor. We never asked Investigator Vivarito to say that. We asked
I
her
know,
what
but
time
you were telling me that's what you were
No,
leading up to having her say.
No, it's not, Your Honor. What I said, I would never have her say, is he exactly on the phone at that time because he's in a
Man, listen. You get Paige on the wrong day. You get Judge Whitaker on the wrong day. Look at Max's faces today. Look at his face right now in this freeze frame. He's like, gotcha. Because the judge is agreeing with him. And what happens is that when the judge agrees with you and you're the lawyer that's scrambling and scraping and fighting against it, your job is to explain why you're right. And she is failing miserably at that right now. This is really sad.
car, so we don't know. What we know
trying to make it
from
fit.
the wiretap that at 9:59 there's a phone call. That's what we know.
That
I
at
can never-
9:59, according to however the wiretap clock was running.
Correct. Your
Yes,
Honor.
so
that's
nobody
what-
disputes that.
Your Honor, we've stopped talking about
Ms. Hilton, you
9:59.
came up here and said, I'm asking these questions so that I can establish that the timeline lines up for everything.
Yes, Your Honor, the timeline lines up. So
Okay.
at this point, I can show that all of these different devices are around approximately the same time.
I don't think anybody disputes even that it's approximately the same time.
Mr. Shard does. Okay.
You can have her, it's in evidence. You can have her read something, but you cannot have her say, yeah, that means all of these times lined up. Or
I
that
never was
means
gonna have-
9:59 here and 9:59 on the wiretap were the same thing.
We never had her. We were finished with the 9:59, Your Honor. The only thing I had just asked her was about PJV2 when he objected. Well, we were finished with 9:59 about 5 questions ago. So the only thing that Mr. Shard objected to at this time was that she was reading PJV2.
No,
That's
that
what the
she was
objection.
about to interpret.
She was not, and that's the thing.
Okay, well, great. She's not going to.
Okay,
But-
well,
and that wasn't the state's intention.
Okay, then I have no idea why you think any of this is going to establish that all of the times lined up, but.
I'm going to object on relevance grounds at this point because I don't know where we're going, but it seems that they were trying to establish something. They said they're done establishing that, and Investigator Vivarito is still interpreting ankle monitor data. So I'm going to object to relevance in 403.
Your Honor, as I stated earlier, Mr. Shard has challenged what occurred at the light.
I know.
So at this point, we're just showing, based on admitted evidence, what occurred at the light, Your Honor. That's all.
Let it go. You lost.
Can I ask a question? Why is it improper or not relevant? So if there has been questions and testimony about whether the times for everything sync up, I think has been Mr. Sharp's, his argument the entire time. Well, in the screenshot that was admitted to Detective Hogan, and
Okay, I didn't rule that it wasn't relevant. What we discussed up here at the bench was that it's not within the scope of redirect. which is when Ms. Hilton said, oh, yes, it is, because I'm going to be establishing that all of the times line up.
But on cross, he disputed that the 959 from Wiretap was anywhere close or could be related to the 959 anywhere else.
Was established as being the same 959, and I have heard nothing that, maybe you could tell me how you can establish that.
So at 9:59, when he makes the FaceTime or the call, he is at 464 Windsor Street. Okay, so then you go to your next step.
No, that is, how do we know that he's at 464 Windsor Street?
Says it.
Because some other item of evidence says it, and we don't know that they're all running on the same clock.
That's what we're trying to show you it is, because at 9:59, if everyone would just wait, and we'll get to the big ta-da. So at 9:59 on the Wiretap thing, it says 464 Windsor Street. On the ankle monitor, on a separate device, at 9:59, Mr. Jackson is at 464 Windsor Street. That correlates, they're the exact same place at the exact same time. At 10:02, it shows that he's at PJBR2, whatever. That's the intersection of I-20 and the light. And then at 10:02, on the FedEx thing, and it says 10:02:17. So it's the exact same thing. It's to show that all the times line up. All this questioning that the times are not accurate, that the times don't sync up. We're proving that they actually do sync up, which is what he challenged Investigator Vivarito about this 9:59, and she's just making it up, and all the evidence is being presented as how she wants it to. And now we have physical evidence from different videos that show they actually all do sync up, that they're all running on the same, time width or band or whatever.
I think you can argue that. I
It's
don't
still
think that is
circumstantial.
Established. But if you want to have her say, but Ms. Hilton says she'll already left 9:59 anyway. So I'm still at a loss as to where we are. But we'll just get her back in and.
I have a motion before the jury comes out.
Ooh, motion for mistrial.
Unfortunately, it's my job to further tax the patience of the court.
What's that?
Here come Doug.
Yeah, I have a motion to strike the testimony of Investigator Vivarito as well as any evidence that came under her. And the reason I make this motion, Your Honor, is yesterday it came up that she had not been, that she had been following the case. The court asked me to not pursue that. I'm not.
Come up that she had been following the case. It came up that she knew that somebody had mentioned her on Twitter.
Okay, and your opinion would have been different if she was following the case?
No, if you know that she was following the case, that doesn't exclude her as a witness. You can let the jury know that.
Okay, because.
You can ask her that.
I can ask her about her following the case?
Sure, and we'll see what she says.
Okay.
And if that's so, then it still doesn't exclude her testimony. It just lets the jury know, well, she may know some of this other stuff from listening to some other witness.
Okay, because what I would like to get into, and we may as well bring it up now before the jury is here, is that she got into an altercation out in the hallway with Kayla Bumpus.
Why is that relevant to the guilt or innocence?
I'm about to go there, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just let me finish a second.
What?
She got into it because she was watching Kayla Bumpus's YouTube feed about this case, and Kayla Bumpus apparently called her.
Okay, you may get into whether she has been tracking this case.
Mm-hmm.
You may not get into whether she got into a dispute with somebody about their posts.
It gets into her bias against these defendants, Your Honor. It goes directly to it.
What are you proposing to ask?
I'm proposing to ask if she told Kayla Bumpus in the hallway that was the last time she was going to call her a hoe. It goes direct.
I'm sorry, the last time who was going to
That
call?
Kayla, sorry for the pronouns, that Kayla Bumpus was going to call Investigator Vivarito
We need to
a
get
hoe.
into who it was, or just that somebody,
I think we need to get into who it was.
why?
Because she married to Mr. Jackson.
Well, was she at the time? Is this for real?
Yeah. Well,
None of this is relevant. Whatever is happening between Ms. Bumpus, Mr. Jackson, has nothing to do with the guilt or innocence.
Unfortunately, the bias of a witness, well, fortunately, or I strike that. It is not fortunate or unfortunate, except for the fact that it is dragging this case on even longer. But a witness's bias towards a party may always be shown.
If she isn't dispute, if she
Don't
isn't,
talk at the same time.
Caleb Bump is not a party to this incident.
Yes, but if she's married to one of the parties, then that might fall.
Oh my God.
I don't know, I'm not the proponent of this evidence, I'm hearing Mr. Weinstein out, but my silence should not be viewed as acquiescence that I believe this should be admitted, I need to hear what Mr. Weinstein's saying, because I may have an objection myself.
what I'm saying is if there is a relationship between Ms. Bumpus and the defendant, then Investigator Vivarito's bias against that.
Look at Simone's face right now, guys. This is turning into a train wreck. We have heard the rumors. I haven't said anything because I was waiting for these two gentlemen to say something about this alleged marriage, the certificate, all of that. Why does Kayla keep getting involved in the case? Like, oh my God. So Kayla and Shannon, if it is verified, and Max didn't say yes or no, if it is verified that Kayla is married, why is Kayla getting into it with Vivarito, and who's calling who a hoe? What is going on?
Against being called a bad name?
No, if she is in an altercation with someone that's in a relationship with the defendant, I think, and especially if it is a threat, because
How is that a threat?
that's the last time you're going to call me a hoe. I mean, I've had clients arrested for less.
You may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No, I'm not finished with my sentence. You may ask if she is following the case and has been following the case in any kind of manner. But it's really only relevant if she listened to the testimony of a witness. So you could ask that. But if she's just looking at, and I don't even know if she was looking at, maybe somebody told her. So why don't we get her in here and find all of that out outside the presence of the jury before we go into something that ends up being a bunch of nothing?
Well, that's why I wanted to bring it up when the jury wasn't here, Your Honor.
So can we also bring up, before we go into the side searches, the fact that Ms. Bumpus represented Mr. Copeland, about to open up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think saying who this is before we find out anything, I mean, do we know whether, we don't even know whether she's actually married to him, or if she was married to him at the time, or if Miss Vivarito knows that, or if it was because of any kind of bias against Mr. Stillwell, or just that she doesn't like being called that name.
Well, and no one would, Your Honor, obviously. But if she is in an altercation with someone in a relationship.
What do you mean by altercation?
A verbal altercation.
Okay. I mean,
You know,
a
if there's-
verbal, that's the
if there- I
last
don't-
time you're going to call me that?
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
That's the last time you're going to call me that? That's not exactly an altercation. Is that,
Okay.
is that all you've got?
That's all I have.
Okay, that's it. I think that this is 403 material.
There we go. One for the stick.
Hoisted on my own petard, Your Honor.
Correct. All right, let's get the witness back in and the jury back in.
Okay, so apparently Detective Vivarito has been looking at Kayla's YouTube page. And Kayla said, this is the last time you're gonna call me a hoe. And the detective, this happened recently. Shout out to Legally Diamond with the 5 says Kayla called Vivarito a hoe on a recent interview on her YouTube page. I mean, if you're actively testifying on the stand as a professional, you know you're not supposed to be looking at this stuff in the first place. The whole relationship stuff set aside, I mean, Max didn't say no. This is crazy, guys. You cannot make this stuff up. Atlanta is a little ratchet. I mean, look at Shannon. He like, yup, that's my baby. That's my baby, Kayla. I thought she had a boyfriend before Shannon, I don't know. I can't believe what's going on either, heaven sent. We're trying to figure it all out. And Doug was sitting on that little card. You notice how quiet he was all day? Doug has been quiet all day. It sounds like you guys are saying Shannon been her boyfriend for a long time. All right, jury's coming in. The state, Simone was scrambling and scraping there. She's just like, listen, even with that situation has nothing to do with the guilt or innocence of these defendants.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to publish now 397 VVF. And looking at 397 VVF, do you see that same PJV2 plus VR location that you saw on the spreadsheet?
I do.
Okay. And are you able to tell where that intersection is?
I am.
Where is that?
At Windsor, it looks like just north of Rawson or at Rawson.
Now, on cross, do you recall when Mr. Shard asked you about the handgun that was on the table at 2830 Waters Road?
I do.
And he asked you about 3 types of guns: Springfield, Sig Sauer, and Smith & Wessons.
Yes.
Right. First, let me ask you, do you know if a Springfield makes a 40 caliber weapon?
They do.
Do you know if a Sig Sauer makes a 40 caliber weapon?
They do.
And do you know if a Smith & Wesson makes a 40 caliber weapon?
They do.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 531 VV, 532 VV, and 533 VV for demonstrative purposes only. Tell me if you recognize those types of weapons: a 531, 532, and 533 VV.
One is a Springfield XD firearm, one's a Sig Sauer P229, and one's a Smith & Wesson.
And looking at those 3 weapons, are they able to illustrate what you were talking about, the distinction between the Glock 27 as well as these other types of weapons?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 531 VV, 532 VV, and 533 VV for demonstrative purposes.
Admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Looking at 531 VV, are you able to tell the jury about the distinction you were making between the grip of, say, a Springfield versus the Glock that you were talking about on the table at 2830 Waters Road?
Yes, it would be along the bottom part of the grip.
Say it one more time.
Along the bottom part of the grip. Should be right. You might have to scroll it up for the jury.
Or can you use the one at the...
Or, I'm sorry, right here. This is straight across, like with a little bit of a piece that comes down towards the back.
And is that distinguishable from what you were describing with the Glock?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at 532 VV.
Again, the same thing. You'll see there's something that comes down in the back, but otherwise it's higher up towards the front.
And you have to speak into the mic for me because I can't hear you.
Sorry, it's lower towards the back, higher up towards the front. So it kind of a part that dips down in the back and then comes up.
And for 533, I'm sorry, what kind of gun is this 532 VV?
I believe that's the Springfield XD.
Or 532?
I'm sorry, which one? 532? It's a 6-hour P229.
Okay. And then 533 VV.
You'll see again here, there's a piece in the back, but then once you get to the front, it's just straight across.
And then what type of weapon is 533 VV?
That would be the Smith & Wesson. I'm sorry, the 530. Yeah, the Smith & Wesson.
Now I want to go to, and Mr. Kokomo, if you can help me out, please. DS57A, DS57C, and DS58A. And while that's being pulled up, Mr. Shard, they asked you whether or not there were people, I guess, not to say looking for Mr. Stillwell, but that there'd be some concerns for his safety because of the Tierra Jones killing. Do you remember a line of questioning regarding Tierra Jones?
Yes, several years ago, that was an incident.
When was the Tierra Jones killing?
It was several years ago. I can't remember the exact date.
Do you remember the year?
Not offhand.
Now, looking at, I believe this is DS57A. Is this the communication between Mr. Stillwell and Miss Alexander regarding the shooting at McDaniel? Excuse me,
It is.
at I-20 and McDaniel.
It is.
Do you see any response from Mr. Stillwell in the text message that's, dang, babe, I was just at that intersection. Or, man, glad it wasn't me. I just missed being at that location.
I do not.
Do you see any text messages to Miss Alexander that says, man, I was just at that BP gas station a little while ago. That's up the street from there.
I don't.
I want to go to DS58. And is that the communication between Mr. Stillwell and his grandma?
It is.
All right. Do you see where she says, hope you are not near Windsor Street shooting on the news? And says, answer me, please.
Yes.
Does he say anything to his grandma? I'm like, you know what, grandma? I was over there earlier, but it's not me.
He does not.
Now, we talked about searching on Fox 5. Do you remember talking about the searches on Fox 5?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any searches on March 14th when both his grandmother and Taisha were asking him about whether or not he was around that location or if he heard about it? Did you see any searches for the shooting on that day, on March 14th or the early morning hours of March 15th?
No.
Are all of the searches on March 17th?
They are.
And is that the day he was ultimately arrested for these charges?
Yes.
Now I want to go to State's Exhibit 437 VV, page 2145. April 1st, 2022, from 11 p.m., 11 minutes to 11:20 seconds into that call.
What time's again, I'm sorry?
11 to 11:20. You can pause the call.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it is. Just assume. Hey,
Yeah, I already know. Like when they got down, go to wiping down, doing them got down, them. You know how they gunpowder, forensics, all that shit there.
Yeah.
You gonna come back clean. You see what I'm saying? So I ain't tripping on that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
During that call, he says when they talk about that GSR stuff, it's going, when they wipe it down, it's going to come back clean.
Correct.
At any point, he's saying, I don't know why I don't even know what any of this is about.
No.
Does he say to his best friend, I don't even know why they took this?
Proper commentary, also facts and evidence.
Sustained.
Does he say to Demekian Garnt on this call, I don't even know why they took that car?
No.
Does he say to Demekian earlier in the call, that Miles and Quay, they don't need to worry?
Yes.
Miles and Quay, were they both in the Ford Fusion?
Yes.
Were they in the car that was furthest from Mr. Drinks?
Yes.
Did you hear when Mr. Stillwell told Mr. Garlington, I told them not to talk to the police, don't say nothing? Did you hear what he told Mr. Garlington that?
Yes.
And this entire call is on the contraband phone
Correct.
that can't be monitored,
Correct.
or outside of it being a wiretap, cannot be monitored.
Correct.
LPR readers, what information do you need about a car in order to look for a car on an LPR reader?
A license plate, a tag number.
Do you at least need to know the make and model of a car?
Overruled.
You can try by make and model, but it's not very accurate sometimes, especially at night.
With the two cars that we saw in the FedEx surveillance video, were you able to see any license plate information on either of those two cars in the FedEx video?
I was not.
And at that FedEx video, is that where we see the Audi and the Ford Fusion run the red light?
Yes.
Court's indulgence.
Right across.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms.
Ms.
Court,
Court, Investigator Vivarito,
Here comes
good
Max.
afternoon.
Afternoon.
So, you were just asked about LPR readers, and I think the context is figuring out the car that did the U-turn and the car that sped up behind Mr. Stillwell.
Okay.
And you said you need a license plate, and that you can't see the license plate from that video.
Or if you have it, sometimes a make and model search might work, but at night, in my experience, it's not very accurate.
Well, are you aware that it was in fact a make and model search that night that revealed the license plate of the white Audi and the white Ford Fusion?
No.
Okay. That Detective Ender, I believe her name is, did? Okay. So, the bottom line is, LPR search by make and model, it's never going to work if you don't try, is it?
No, but if you're saying she did it for those two, it probably should have captured whatever other car.
Okay, I agree. All
Yeah,
right,
but
so what's the license plate of the car that sped up behind Mr. Stillwell?
Well, I was going to continue. Like over the summer, I've been working in investigation quite extensively, looking for a very particular two cars in the city. I probably have searched every LPR in the city by make and model. And at night, you may put white Nissan, you may put white this, white that, and I'm getting back white Tesla. When I look at the license plate and pull up the results, they're not correct.
Okay, and I appreciate that anecdotal story about what you've been doing this summer, but the fact is, that night, make and model was used to reveal the license plate of the Ford Fusion and the white Audi.
Right,
And it was nighttime on March 14th, correct?
Right, but depending on what LPRs those cars had hit, that location on Windsor right there, I don't know if there's one right there that would have caught it clear enough.
Okay, well, what LPRs did the car that sped up behind Mr. Stillwell that has not been tested for gunshot residue, what LPRs did that hit?
You'd have to ask Detective Hogan.
Okay, you keep saying ask Detective Hogan. One minute you're on the side of Windsor Street trying to find homeless people as part of this case.
Correct.
And the next minute you don't know anything about the case and it's Detective Hogan.
That's not what I said.
Okay. Well, I want to know, do you know if any LPRs were run on the make and model of any cars besides the white Audi, the Ford Fusion, and the red Versa? Do you know if any other LPRs were run or even attempted to be run?
First, I wasn't in charge of running the LPRs for the case,
Okay.
and if they were running it by make and model, that maybe they saw, if you have a make and model, it's much easier than just say, not having one that you're looking for.
Okay. You talked about the phone conversation between Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Garlington about he never told Mr. Garlington, I don't know why I'm being arrested or something to that effect, or I don't
Correct.
understand. Okay. When people are arrested, you've arrested people before, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you typically tell them what the charges are. You give them that courtesy.
Yes, of course.
And you tell them what you're arresting them for.
Of course.
Okay. They don't have to agree with you, but you do inform them of that.
Correct.
Okay. So, are you saying that Mr. Garlington is the first person that Mr. Stillwell would have talked to after being arrested on that jail call or that phone conversation? Is that what you're saying?
No, he'd been in custody for a minute at that point.
Okay. And you would agree that there's probably been significant ability for the people that arrested him, other people involved with the case, to inform him what his charges are and generally what he's accused of.
I don't think that's what Ms. Hilton meant. That's not how I took the question for me.
Okay, cool. We pulled out this mapping information for the call on March 15th at 2 a.m.
Correct.
And it showed that, remember that radius? And
Correct.
it was Mechanicsville.
Correct.
Mechanicsville is, in fact, in the city of Atlanta, correct?
Correct.
It's in the city.
Correct.
All right. And finally, just one other thing I wanted to ask you about. Miss Knight, could you do me a huge favor? I think it's 471 DV. Could you publish? Did I get the number right? Oh. Okay. This is 471 VV, and that is a picture of Mr. Nichols, correct?
Correct.
And on it says, on the picture on the right says, "What you saying? I run with cold-blooded killers, bloodied killers."
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'm not an Instagram person.
Okay.
Those words, are those words that Mr. Nichols typed into this photo?
No, I stated that yesterday.
Okay, well, we're going to go through the whole process today.
Okay.
So these words are when you pick a song such as Young Boy Never Broke Again, Villain, and someone clicks on the post, the music plays, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and as the music plays, lyrics come up.
Correct. You select a portion of the song that you would like to play.
Well, that's not entirely true. Instagram suggests a portion.
It's like between a 10 and 30-second portion.
Yeah, and
But
Instagram suggests.
you can agree with it or you can modify it.
Right, but Instagram suggests.
Correct.
Okay, so if I'm posting something and I want Young Boy Never Broke Again, Villain, I'm going to post, I'm going to say that's the song I want, and Instagram makes the suggestion.
Correct.
Okay. And now I want to go to the video. Miss Knight, can you help me out with the VVA? Thank you, Miss Knight. 471 VVA. And Miss Knight's about to publish it. What I would like to do, and I know we've seen it already, but if you would indulge me, tell me when the screenshot that you took and provided in Discovery for 471 VV, tell me when that comes up.
Sorry about that. I didn't get you know live. As soon as the song's over, I'll let you know.
But y'all pussy. Don't even come from no fake page. Come from your real page. I don't get no fuck, man. Come on, man. Hey, it ain't private. It ain't private.
I'm a bloody man, I don't feel
And this is what they want me to do on Stutter Heights. I might die. Never getting on another fucking roller coaster a day in my life.
Oh, you talking about? I don't want
And just 138, okay, right there. And just this story to find the spot on this post where it had those lyrics, didn't you?
Well, no, I turned over in Discovery the video in its entirety because I felt all of it was pretty damaging and consistent with the case. But it's my understanding that we had to condense the social media, so that was the screenshot that was turned over in lieu of the video.
I'm going to ask that question again. To get that screenshot, you had to parse this to a millisecond to get those words up on the screen.
Or I just took a screenshot and it happened to be that one and we kept it.
Oh, it just happened to be that one.
There are other things that probably would have been better to keep
Okay.
that weren't kept.
So, so you just happened to screenshot. Now, you would agree that in this video, there's Mr. Nichols and these lyrics are being shown on the screen as music is being played.
Yes.
And you would agree that many of the lyrics, as the song is being played, are up on the screen and easy to read.
Correct.
Okay. Right before the lyrics become easy to read, there is a split second, a millisecond, that has those lyrics in that picture. 471 VV, isn't that correct?
Correct.
You don't even know if those lyrics were the ones, first of all, you don't know if it was just suggested by Instagram or actually chosen by Mr. Nichols, right?
The song was chosen by Mr. Nichols.
Of course the song.
Okay.
I'm talking about the lyrics. You don't know if it was the Instagram choosing these lyrics because these are the most popular ones in the song and they make a suggestion.
No, but based on the rest of the videos on the post, the theme is murder, bullets, guns, things like that. It fit.
So again, and you don't even know when it's on for that millisecond. Just supposing, hypothetically, if Mr. Nichols did choose the lyrics, you don't even know if that was Instagram just had the last lyrics up and then was getting to the lyrics he chose, which are shown clearly, or if it's something that Instagram just chose. You don't know.
I don't, but he can preview the post before it posts to his account.
Okay. So you have absolutely no evidence that Mr. Nichols intentionally chose those lyrics.
Which is why I included the video in its entirety with the other posts about murder and shooting.
And in preparation of this case, you scoured this video and paused it at that exact millisecond when it had those lyrics. Didn't you?
Did not. I took a screenshot.
Okay, took a screenshot. I'm sorry. At that exact millisecond where it had those lyrics that are in
I-
471 V.
I probably took several trying to catch all the lyrics, and that was probably when we had to condense the evidence. That's one that was chosen.
How many different screenshots did you take?
I have no idea.
Well,
We're
can
talking
you
about.
just tell me from your report?
I can't. You can look at my folder that was served to Discovery and tell me.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Weinstein, anything? Okay.
Good afternoon, Investigator Vivarito.
Good afternoon.
So you mentioned that Mr. Kendrick's phone was seized at the time that he was arrested on May 9th, 2022, correct?
It was.
And his phone was extracted.
It was.
Did you review that extraction?
I did.
And if you reviewed that extraction, did you see that he had been spending several months in LA and then only returned to Atlanta within a day or two of the day he was arrested?
I did.
Did you also see other location data within that phone?
Absolutely.
Okay. And in that location data, again, he'd been spending the bulk of his time in California, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you look through all the photographs on that phone?
I looked through a good bit of them, yes.
The two photographs that were shown in court this afternoon, are those the only two photographs of interest that you believe were in the phone?
No, there was probably a few.
Okay. Did you find any evidence on that phone that Mr. Kendrick was in possession of any firearms?
No.
Okay. Let's briefly return to the Richard Mill watch.
Yes, sure. Sure.
I understand the eye
Here
roll.
comes the watch.
During the seizure that day, and I'm looking at a property report.
Sure.
During the seizure that day, you, and when I say you, I mean APD, can I say under your supervision? Is that accurate?
I didn't work for APD at that time, so I
Well,
couldn't.
Okay, then let's just say APD. Y'all see, APD seized, APD seized a necklace and a pendant from a bedroom, correct?
I guess I'd have to look at the report. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, well, you were involved in this. They seized a blue box of jewelry, correct?
Correct, in a red box.
And a red box of jewelry. They seized jewelry that was on Martinez Arnold.
I believe so.
They seized a Chevy Corvette,
Yes.
a Dodge Durango,
Yes.
a Mercedes-Benz AMG,
Yes.
a Mercedes-Benz GLS class,
Yes.
a Porsche 911,
Yes.
a Jeep Grand Cherokee,
Yes.
a pink Lamborghini,
Yes.
another Mercedes-Benz aluminum silver,
Damn,
Yes.
that took all of that.
about jewelry that was located in a Mercedes AMG.
Yes.
And they even seized a ring found on Jeffrey Williams' hand, correct?
I'd have to see which one was on his hand. I didn't have any contact with Mr. Williams when he was arrested.
Okay. So despite seizing all of that, you left behind the Richard Mill watch, pink with a white ceramic case.
Again, Mr. Weinstein, as it's being inventoried, the jewelry is being looked at. I use photographed. The jewelry is being put on this thing, if you watch the video, and it's placed on the shelf, and nobody messes with it again.
So was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
All right.
So rude.
Thank you, Detective. You are
Thank you.
excused.
Jeez.
Witnesses?
I know, but before we do, we just need to, can we have about 5 minutes, Sharon? I just want to confirm that we have it in evidence.
To make sure that everything's in evidence, sure. We'll take a short break.
All right, so they're going on a break right now, guys, and it is likely that the state is about to rest their case. They're just going over their evidentiary list to make sure that nothing is missed, and they're going to rest. And look at that, it's Tuesday, November 19th, and you're finally seeing the state complete its presentation a year after this trial has started. Its presentation of the case. Now that was explosive. There's so much to unpack there. But pretty interesting endings that we just saw. We saw Max Shard ask some questions about social media, and then you see Doug come back to that watch.
All right. While you are making sure that all of your stuff is in evidence, I need to ask each defendant some questions about, to make sure that they understand their right to testify or not. All right, let's be back at 4:45.
All right, luckily for us, we have a little bit of TiVo time. That means that they are back in about 4 minutes. So we have that. That is interesting. Okay, why don't we go ahead and skip ahead and see where we are? She said, did she say quarter of or quarter past? I think she said quarter of. So that should be 3:45. In the meantime, let us catch up on our super chats while the court is on break. Let me come to a few of you guys here. I think we were somewhere around here. Shout out to Rockin' Robin LA. Robin, thank you so much. This is very, very generous of you. She drops a $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Robin. She says, I retired unexpectedly, have 5 rescues, a black lab named Lula Bell, an MT Curry named Cooper, a boxer mix named Boomer, a hound dog named Gunna, and a chihuahua named Gidget. Can I send YSL Luna a gift from BarkBox? When you squeak it, it sounds like Love's chair. Very safe. Thank you so much, Rockin' Robin LA, and we will take it. Just email my team and somebody will get you the address to our business mailbox. We'll send you the address that way. The email address is av7digitalllc@gmail.com. Thank you again, Robin. Very, very generous. And Robin, you are busy. That is a lot. Those are a lot of pups. Lots of pups. But thank you so much. Very generous of you. And again, thanks for looking out for YSL Luna. Shout out to a Dutchie's mom with the 5. Says, AV, what's the link to Dennis's YouTube channel? I will go back later to watch what I miss. All the times to glitch. We waited a while. This is around lunch, guys. We couldn't see the end of Max's cross-examination because a piece of equipment at Law & Crime went down. That same equipment monitored the feed for Fox 5, also for Atlanta News First. So we missed the cross-examination. Small creators did not have any interruption to their feeds, so a few other YouTube channels were able to keep that up and going. Dennis Byron is someone that I work with just because Lead and I have spent some time with him. We know him, and he has been a journalist for many years, so that is the source I went to. I really don't like using other people's stuff, guys, but Dennis was gracious enough to at least just do a full screen. Like he offered that, and that was really nice of him to do, just because, you know, when another person's on the screen, they can give their commentary, that sort of thing. I know Sylvia sometimes doesn't. I don't think she can when she's inside of the courtroom. So if you want to check that out, those are some options. Some people mentioned that Kat Not Williams, sister to this channel, she had part of that portion up as well. And I think Mel from I Am Not a Lawyer, but also had that portion as well. So those are some options, a Dutchie's mom. And to answer your question, I believe it's just Dennis Byron is his YouTube handle. So that's where you can find it. Shout out to Sean, who has been a member for 4 months. Sean says, first time hearing about someone walking, no notes. Yeah, did you guys see that surveillance footage? There was a person walking on the side of the road. And, you know, that was that FedEx footage in the dark. It was very hard to see. You know, the detective claimed that she could see it all clearly. I did see the person walking for a little bit of the frame, but as far as the U-turn and things of the like, that has been a topic of discussion for quite some time. So thank you so much, Sean. Shout out to D, the Virgo, who's been a member for 3 months, says, we missed YSL Luna. Yeah, she had to pop in. You know, we have a plumbing issue in my building going on right now. It's always fun when people complain, especially when they like say that you're the cause of it. And it's just like, all right, new tenant, but whatever. I'm the cause of everything. So nice. Welcome to the neighborhood. Great way to welcome you, right? Thank you so much, D. Shout out to Mango Gelato. Why did I bring that up? I brought that up because maintenance had to come in, and I bought Luna in the room. So you guys did see her on screen for a little bit. Shout out to Mango Gelato with the 5, says, AV, I'm glad you're feeling a lot better. You were missed. Thank you so much, Mango Gelato. Yeah, I was down for a few days, but I am feeling a lot better, and we are back at it. Thank you so much, Mango. Shout out to Paige with the 5, says, I'm behind in stream. Well, we get to hear the rest of Max's cross. Yeah, as soon as it's available. You know, like I said, YouTube just has its guidelines and provisions with reusing content. I tend to not really want to do that, just because if y'all have been rocking with me throughout the summer, you've seen some of the slaps on the wrist that I've received from YouTube. So I don't like to risk these things. So thank you so much, Paige. Shout out to Black Love with the 5, says, is it me or the volume gets better when the prosecutor speaks compared to the defense? I can hardly hear him. Yeah, so Black Love, that's actually a good observation. What happens with the defense attorneys, Doug is pretty good at this, Max sometimes forgets, is they have to speak into the microphone. Like you guys see my microphone. You have to speak in the direction of the microphone in order for it to pick up volume. And you'll have to remember that in the courtroom, they have those skinny microphones that kind of move around, and it's very hard to pick up sound if you're not careful, right? So very, very interesting. But thank you so much, Black Love. Whenever it goes faint like that, it's because the speaker is not using their microphone properly. Shout out to Mush with another 5, says, how can Hilton students have faith in what they are learning from this lady? Damn, as a parent of one of her students, I would be horrified. Well, that's the thing. So Prosecutor Hilton is an adjunct professor at Emory Law School. And I believe she teaches something along the lines of like trial strategy or something along those lines, right? So Emory Law School is a very expensive law school. And if she's an adjunct professor, that means that she's teaching these students trial strategy and how to object and how to respond in court and talking about evidentiary issues and things of the like. So she is likely teaching these people how this stuff works. Now, for new lawyers, you so look up to your professors, not only because they're giving you a grade, ultimately, and you just want to get through law school and take the bar exam, all that fun stuff.
Will both be examined by your attorney and cross-examined by one of the prosecutors. Do you understand
Thank you much.
that? All right. And do either of you need any more time to talk with your lawyers about your decision whether to testify? All right. Mr. Kendrick, do you personally want to testify or not? No, Your Honor. Okay. Mr. Stillwell, do you personally want to testify or not? All right. I find that each of these defendants has made a decision whether or not to testify with an understanding of his rights. All right. All right. We need to do anything else before we get the jury out, and I'll ask if you rest. And then have y'all made a decision about whether y'all going to present evidence? Okay, you want to let me know or you want to be dramatic about it? Okay. All right. All right, then I'll get them out. We'll close the evidence. I'll let them go for today and tomorrow. Have them come back on Thursday. And tomorrow, I mean, we can start the charge conference. And, oh, forgot something. There'll probably be a motion, I suspect. Okay.
Motion for mistrial.
Okay, so I guess technically you need to rest before that motion. So I'm going to have to bring them in, then excuse them again. Okay.
Maybe not a motion for mistrial, it's probably a motion to dismiss.
We're trying to keep things moving. I'm going to ask if Your Honor would consider giving us the afternoon and evening to look at the directed verdict motion. I know that
you guys are right.
suggested we need to be
Directed
doing
verdict.
that, but there's only 24 hours in a day, and I think it would probably be more fruitful if all of us had an opportunity to review kind of what's come in, and so we can sit down and have an educated discussion.
Sure,
about
that's fine.
All right,
So
thank you.
tomorrow we'll gather together. You'll present whatever motions you have,
Thank you, Your Honor.
whatever response there is. I'll have to consider all of that. But I would also like to do the rest of the charge conference, the RICO part of the charge conference.
Can we have a further discussion with that once we excuse it?
Yeah, sure. Okay. What are you, do you need?
I was thinking procedurally, what happened? We rest, then we have, do we bring them?
We rest. I let them go for the day.
All right, so they're coming up with a game plan for what the rest of this day is going to look like. You guys are actually watching a very important part of a trial, right? Usually the prosecution side, the state gets to present their case, and they have been doing this all year, right? Pretty much 1 year, it has been the prosecution bringing up witness after witness after witness after witness to try to prove their side of the case to the jury. Now, what happens is before you transition to the defense side, the defense gets to present their defense of the case, right? And start defending the defendants. Now, because this has been a long trial, a lot of people haven't talked about this particular stage in the trial, but it's almost like a halfway point. Now that Simone and team have had some time to review their evidence list, to review all the evidence that they have submitted, the other side, before they take the opportunity to present their side of the case, can put in a motion. And that motion is for a directed verdict. I'm going to show you this, right? Because it'll kind of help us follow along. A few of you guys were asking what it means. A directed verdict is a ruling entered by a trial judge after determining that there is no legally sufficient evidentiary basis for a reasonable jury to reach a different conclusion. The trial court may grant a directed verdict either sua sponte or upon a motion by either party. A directed verdict may be granted at any time, but usually occurs after at least one party has been fully heard. Okay, so that's what we're seeing right now. The state is done. So now we know that that motion is coming. It is quite common in criminal cases, right? We just heard Max say that they would like more time because they've had a year of evidence. But it's not even just about the RICO stuff. This is more along the lines of each of their clients as well. That's why you have the judge ask questions like, hey, Shannon, hey, Diamante, are you guys going to testify yourselves when it's your turn to come up here? And they both said no, I believe. So that's what you're seeing. It is interesting because she's saying that the jury is not going to be in the building tomorrow. So you might have a shorter day tomorrow, but Max is asking for more time to be able to look at all the evidence before that motion is made. So interesting next few days, right? And who knows, is Judge Whitaker going to grant the motion? That's a big question that we all need to look at. Because let's say she finds that the case is weak and that the evidence is weak. If she grants it, then the trial's done. So I'm going to poll you guys in a second to see what you think. Is it possible that this trial is finito in the next 24 hours? Or do we continue before Christmas? It is going to be interesting, but let's keep going.
All right, Ms. Hilton, Does the state have any further evidence?
No, Your Honor, the state of Georgia rests.
All right, thank you. Okay, ladies and
Oh, we're
gentlemen,
done.
considering the hour, I think that I'm going to let y'all go for the day. And then actually tomorrow, we will all have matters to take up outside of your presence. That's been kind of a common theme in this trial, and it happens in every trial, I promise. So y'all will have the day off tomorrow, and we'll see you back Thursday at 9 a.m. And just let me remind you, all of the instructions that have been applicable to you for the entirety of this trial remain applicable right now. Don't try to find out any kind of information about this case from any source outside the confines of this courtroom. Don't talk to anybody about this case. Don't let anybody talk to you about this case or anybody involved in it. Don't try to do any research about the case. Don't ask anybody hypothetical questions about the case, and we'll see y'all on Thursday. Thank you. Okay, so what else did we want to discuss?
When we were, Your Honor, when we were talking about the RICO jury instructions, I guess what I'm trying to figure out, I understand that we have certain jury instructions, preliminary, we both submitted preliminary jury instructions.
Yeah.
And I know that we have certain ones on that document that we're all sharing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to make sure, are there any other proposed instructions from the state that I need to be aware of to prepare for argument? Because I don't want it to be
Good
sprung at the last
question.
minute.
I mean, I haven't gotten any. Are there going to be any more forthcoming? I've been trying to put some together from various things that I've culled from different RICO cases, and that was pretty rough when I sent it to y'all yesterday. I've worked on it a little bit more today, so I'll send y'all an updated draft, which, Ms. Percival, let me send that to you right now. So what this is now, it will look somewhat familiar, but it's in a little bit more polished form. So the first 4 pages are what I've put together, and then the last page and a half probably is lifted, some of the language lifted from the APS, RICO, not APS Atlanta Police, APS Atlanta Public Schools cheating trial. I have looked at some other trials too and tried to pull some language from that, but if there's something else, I haven't gotten it yet. Mr. Floyd, are you going to be providing us with any suggested jury instructions on RICO and/or a possible verdict form with regard to RICO, which would be really nice?
Those are separate but related questions, Your Honor. So to answer the first one, we haven't sent anybody any additional ones. We've looked at yours. They've been kind of evolving. But I don't have very much complaint about them. They're largely drawn from APS, and I wrote those, so I'm not in a, it's only just a matter of whether there's anything in between.
Those aren't actually drawn from APS. I didn't look at the APS stuff until this afternoon, but okay, you can take credit for it.
Well, okay. I thought that's what you said. I'll tell you that they are, if they're not drawn from APS, they're drawn from cases that used a version of the APS charges.
Okay.
There might be an intermediate generation, but they.
Anyway, I hear you saying you think they're pretty good.
You heard me say, I think they're pretty good.
Okay.
And I mean, I can't at this stage, because we're just starting this process.
Sure.
I can't foreclose that depending on what you decide to do with one charge, we might suggest that another needs to be supplemented or we add something.
Sure.
But I think
You don't have any whole scale additions that you think need. We'll just hash through it. Okay.
I do not, and I think there's one issue that has to be resolved. I mean, I only have 2 charges submitted by Mr. Kendrick.
Yeah.
I don't have any charges submitted by Mr. Stillwell. I'm Rico.
They're working together on it.
We're working together. Okay, that's what, I'm just making sure I'm okay.
Here's Rico. All right, guys. So this is not Rico, the man on the screen. He works for the state. Okay, so he's probably one of the senior most DAs that works under the Fonnie Willis regime. Sometimes you'll notice that newer lawyers will show up on the scene. This is where they are talking about sentencing and things of the like, just procedural stuff, documents that would need to be filed in the upcoming stages of the trial, is because we're essentially in the middle or essentially at the end. Right, so these are procedural things that they do have to discuss. This might be somebody that is pretty senior high. I believe his name is Mr. Floyd. I'll look him up to get you guys his exact title, but I know that he has worked for the DA's office for some time, and typically for important matters like this, you will have other folks from the office show up. But let's keep going. Notice that there's no Love. We have not seen Miss Love in a while. Let's keep going.
I mean, for everybody here, I understood they were from the defense. They have the name Kendrick on them, so that's why I made that specification. Thank you. But I'm gonna surprise you. We disagree with them. I'll explain why. One is a short explanation, one is a longer explanation. You have statute of limitations.
Oh, yeah, I already told him he's totally wrong on half of that.
Okay,
You missed that part. but-
Okay. All right, it's the opposite. The rule is the opposite of that.
All right, well, we'll get into the nitty gritty tomorrow if that's okay with everybody.
Sure. And the other one, which is how you instruct the jury about overt acts and what conclusions they need to reach, that feeds into the jury form. And I've done a good bit of research and I have some things to say about that.
Well, if you have anything for me to consider sort of in the interim, because you probably are not going to be, I mean, you might be working on the directed verdict motion and response, but if you're not, and if you have something that I could be considering in the interim, go ahead and send it to Ms. Persifield.
Will do.
Because, yeah, I mean, it's a lot more straightforward when you're alleging RICO and not a RICO conspiracy. And so I definitely want to get right what it is that the jury has to find.
Understood. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I can tell you that what the state submitted is based significantly on EPS, which was also a RICO conspiracy case. It was also based significantly on the jury charges that were submitted in a federal Georgia RICO case based on sex trafficking this year.
Okay.
And also on a case that was tried last year in Brunswick that was a Georgia RICO conspiracy.
All right.
So it's sort of the evolution of that. And I'll address what you want me to address, however you want me to do it.
Okay. All right. So if you do have anything more in writing, go ahead and send that now. And that includes a potential verdict form. Just send it to Ms. Persifield. She can send it out. I mean, I think we've got a list of all of the attorneys. So
I don't have anything set to send right
Okay,
now. But
that's
if
fine.
it's tonight or first thing in the morning, our view is the verdict form can be very simple.
interesting.
We would want probably a more detailed.
Tell me more.
Okay, why don't I get into that then, Your Honor? So the question I think that has come up is whether the jury should be asked to decide which acts of racketeering activity the members of the conspiracy agreed would be committed. And there's two approaches to that. One approach, which is usually what defendants suggest, is that there's going to be a very long list of every one of them, and they're going to be asked somehow, did the conspirators, which would really mean any of the conspirators, any two of them, agree this crime would be committed. Because the ultimate objective has to be a substantive violation of the statute. That's the Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court said that in Salinas, and I think you've recognized that in things you've said and pleadings that have come along. The other approach is to say, instruct them that they have to agree that the conspiracy contemplated certain types of acts of racketeering activity, and they have to decide whether the conspirators agreed that any of those types would be committed without going to specific ones. So, and usually when I've addressed this issue or something like it, the argument from my opponents is, well, why wouldn't we want to know everything? And the answer is, you get a case like this where you have almost 200 overt acts, about half of them are also racketeering activity, and that is an opportunity for a lot of confusion, and it takes a lot out of the jury. It's a big ask for them, and jurors.
No, we've already asked so much of them.
I suggest we ask not that much more, but that's just me. But the point is that is just not normally how it is done. And this starts out with, and I know we submitted a brief on this earlier, a bench brief, but it starts out with a basic understanding of what conspiracy is. And the crime in conspiracy is the agreement. The crime is not the commission of acts of racketeering activity.
They are arguing
because
what
none
RICO
have
is.
to be
Right.
committed
This is
for the
important.
conspiracy
Agreement plus
violation.
one overt act.
Exactly. And the function of the overt act is important to understand too, because the overt act doesn't have to be a crime. And the reason is the function of the overt act, which is to show that the conspiracy is in operation.
Right.
And I realize I may be telling you a couple things that you are very familiar with.
Do you
but
still have that
I'll
without
be very
Doug?
brief. In common law, no requirement for overt acts at all. There's no constitutional requirement. Federal RICO doesn't require overt acts. The Georgia General Assembly decided to track 1648, which is the general conspiracy statute in 2015 that was added. I'm actually kind of familiar with how that happened by coincidence. And so that's it. We have an overt act requirement. But all that overt act does is show that the conspiracy doesn't exist solely in the minds of the conspirators. It's actually moved into the real world. And there's kind of a fairness issue in that, which isn't required, but many legislatures decide to do it because it gives someone who, I'll just draw the example, there's folks are having a few beers and there's a lot of talk about what ought to be done, and everybody says, yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
Nobody does anything. The next morning, someone sobers up
Charge
and
somebody
says,
with the crime.
hell no. So that's how it functions. So this question has not come up under Georgia RICO. This question has come up numerous times under federal RICO.
This question being what?
Does the jury have to decide which acts of racketeering activity the conspirators agreed to commit, or is it sufficient for the jury to decide the types? Okay? And the answer is uniform. Every federal court that has addressed this question has said it is type, it is not specific. And I can give you.
I think that makes sense because what is required is they're agreeing to do bad things through a pattern of interrelated racketeering activity.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, and so what we get to, and just to kind of illustrate it in a case like this, suppose you have members of a gang and they are discussing what they want to do versus their ops. And they say, we hate those guys and we want to kill them. Everybody agrees. Yeah, I mean, wherever they are, we're going to hunt them down, we're going to kill them. If we can get them all, we'll get them all, we'll get as many as we can, right? Have they agreed to kill a specific individual? You don't know the first person they're going to encounter. You don't know which of the members of the conspiracy will encounter that person first. If they are successful in encountering them, you don't know whether the encounter will be fatal to that individual, whether they'll be wounded, or whether they'll just be assaulted because somebody shot at them and missed. But all of those are acts of violence. All of those are within the scope of the enterprise. And in this case, you have all of those things actually happening in real life. They're not hypothetical. A terrorism analogy would be a group of people who agree to plant bombs. And they say, you know, we need to destroy, I'll put it in Al-Qaeda type references. We're going to destroy the symbols of the great Satan's arrogance. Yes, what are those? His monuments, his hotels, his whatever, okay? We must do this, yes. How far will we go? As many as we can do. They've agreed to make bombs, plant bombs, destroy things, hurt people. We don't know exactly which bomb will get planted, exactly where, if it'll actually go off, whether hundreds of people will be injured or nobody will be injured. But they have agreed to engage in this course of activity. That is the violation. It's manifest. In federal law, all they would have to have is that conversation. Georgia law, all they would have to do is have that conversation plus an email, a phone call, or in some cases, as it tends to be, many, many other things. But that's all it is. And that's why, you know, just for the record, I'll give you a few examples. United States v. Applins, APPLINS, 637 F3rd 59 at 8081. It's a Second Circuit 2011 case held. The jury was not required to answer special interrogatories as to which specific predicate acts each defendant would commit. U.S. versus Gutierrez.
What, 637F what?
Sorry.
Is that one?
637 F.
He's using case law to back his argument.
Okay.
They're federal cases, though.
United States versus Gutierrez, GUITERREZ, 963 F3rd 320 at 328. District Court was asked to issue special verdict form requiring the jury to identify specific racketeering activities each appellant conspired to commit. It declined, affirmed.
Okay, is it reversible error to require the special interrogatory?
I could not say that, no. I don't think it's reversible error.
Okay.
I think, I believe you have some discretion here.
Okay.
The question is, how is it best exercised under the circumstances? U.S. v. Cornell, spelled like the school, CORNELL, 780 F3rd 616 at 625, 4th Circuit 2015. Cornell cataloged the cases. It surveyed the federal cases and said I'm quoting, every circuit to have considered this issue has concluded that for a RICO conspiracy charge, the jury need only be unanimous as to the types of racketeering acts that the defendants agreed to commit.
Okay, and that does seem to make sense to me because, again, we're at the conspiracy stage. We're not at the completed racketeering acts stage necessarily. So, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I won't belabor the point then.
What else? How about overt acts? I mean, those need to, if there's going to be one needs to be found, at least one needs to be found. That would need to be specified, right? And found unanimously, right?
At least they have to be unanimous that an overt act occurred. Yes. They generally, and I'm looking for, I apologize, I have the language with me. It'll take me 1 second. I have an example, and if I can't find it in 20 seconds, I will send it to you.
Okay.
But the instruction was, you must unanimously find that an overt act was committed and you must be unanimous as to which one. It was not, you have to go top to bottom. And I think that is more efficient and just less likely to cause confusion. The overt act,
I would like
something the
that cite.
statute requires, but it doesn't require a great deal of effort. Here, the question was, and I'll show you the case. It was not a RICO case. Unfortunately, lots of cases talk about what the court did, but don't tell you exactly what it said. They don't give you the exact instruction. A case called United States versus Boyle, B-O-Y-L-E, 96 F 3rd, 1444. It is out of the Fifth Circuit. It was, I just want to be clear, it was not a RICO, it was a conspiracy. The question that was asked was, do you agree unanimously on at least one specific overt act which was committed in furtherance of the conspiracy to commit each of the offenses you checked in question 1, because there was more than one conspiracy.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much we can say that's on all fours, though, considering, like you said, it's a conspiracy case and not a RICO case, which I know RICO's not a conspiracy, but we've got a specific overt act requirement in our statute. Do you know of any Georgia case law or case law from a sister state with similar RICO statute that answers this question?
Well, let me tell you, I'll take a shot at that in a second, but let me back up, because the case I was talking about, I should have said this up front, it was conspiracy to commit obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The federal obstruction statutes don't have their own embedded conspiracy provisions. So that's a general 18 U.S.C. 371 conspiracy, which is almost identical to 1648. So that was under a conspiracy statute that had an overt act requirement, just like ours does. And if you were to match 1648 against 18 U.S.C. 371, they're basically the same statute. I think 1648 is drawn from 371.
Okay.
As far as other states addressing this, I have not found anything.
Okay, and so would your suggestion as to how the court ensures that they find one within the statute of limitations just be to include that in the instruction, you know, not only you must unanimously find one and it must be unanimous as to which one it is, you must unanimously find one within whatever that date range is?
They have to find one within 5 years
Yeah,
of the
no, I know.
indictment. That's the test.
But I mean, would you just say like, you must unanimously find one within this date range?
Yes, I mean, you could, well, the instruction that I saw, that's the other one I was going to talk about, and you suggested that you'd already settled that. I didn't hear exactly how it was settled.
Oh,
But the test,
yeah, the other one about like, I can't remember exactly what it said because I've already deleted it from my version, but that anything that wasn't an overt act within that statute didn't even get included, and that's not true. It can be 500 of those as long as one of them is within the statute. They can find however many others they want to outside of the statute.
yeah, and they can go back to the beginning of time as well. This question was answered in a ruling by
Which
Judge
question
Glanville.
now?
The statute of limitations question.
Yeah, I don't have any question about the statute of limitations
Okay.
question.
All right,
I know that that proposition was incorrect, and
Okay.
I understand what the law is.
all right. And then, okay, so I may have been missing the exact question you asked me.
So
I'm
the
sorry.
question I asked is if I am not having them find, you know, overt acts 1 through 190, do you find this or not?
Right.
Then is the way that I ensure myself that they found an overt act that is within the required 5 years prior to the indictment to just tell them you need to unanimously find at least one overt act within the date range, and your decision about which one has to be unanimous?
Yes, I think that takes care of it. It actually answers both questions. Those were the only two charges I really had much to say about, and I think that would take care of it neatly.
Okay. All right. Well, again, we'll get into the nitty-gritty tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
For what it's worth in Georgia, the closest that I know of this issue coming up was the Dorsey trial. And in that, Judge Becker had initially said she wanted the jury to fill out this form. That was a substantive RICO. And so she would have been listing predicate acts, not overt acts. But that's kind of the same idea, basically. I don't know exactly why. And initially I wasn't successful in changing her mind, but she wanted to do it after they decided guilt or innocence and then bring the jury back. Jury went 3+ days and they came back and
Well, you know, there are these
were a mess.
federal statutes, or not statutes, I'm sorry, but there's federal case law that seems to suggest that they need to find guilt, and then, and only then, do they need to say what predicate acts they found, which I find to be odd, but.
That's mostly, I think, out of the Second Circuit, and nobody else
Third
has
Circuit,
decided
too.
they like it. I mean, you can
that
find
may have been
many
why,
different
but
ways
anyway,
of handling
yeah.
it, especially if you go back.
Very odd, doesn't help the jury at all.
Well, no, and asking the jury to do that if they've been deliberating for a very long time and coming back in and saying, and now you have another homework
I
assignment.
mean, what I want to do is give the jury a logical and correct roadmap as to how do you consider this?
Right.
What are you supposed to think about? What are you supposed to find? If you don't find it, then what happens? You know, I want to give them instructions that actually help them deliberate.
Yeah. And it's actually, there are federal opinions that say sort of offhandedly a RICO conspiracy case is a lot easier than a substantive one. I'm not sure everyone agrees with that, but I don't think it's a lot more complicated. It's really, do you have an agreement? Would the agreement have violated the statute if it was consummated?
He lost me at consummated. Update for you guys. We are hearing, and I think I didn't pick up on it while we were watching, we are hearing that the defense teams, I'm going to verify it, we are hearing that the defense teams are not going to present their side of the case. The plot thickens. And, you know, we heard the part where they decided that they're not going to be presenting themselves as the witnesses, but this might get really interesting. This actually might get really short. We might not, we might have a decision on this thing this week. The jury might deliberate as soon as possible. That's why right now we're spending so much time getting ready for the next steps.
They're over that. And then as to each individual, were they part of that conspiracy or not? And if it's
All right, let me ask you this.
the nuts and bolts.
So there has to be a, determination from the jury, whether it's a violation of subsection A or subsection B, that, they conspired to either participate in the enterprise or acquire money through a pattern of racketeering activity and that somebody committed an overt act to further just the criminal objectives of the conspiracy as alleged in the indictment, or to further the specific pattern of racketeering activity that had been agreed upon?
No, it wouldn't. It is not. There's nothing, first, to kind of walk it through, there's nothing in the case law that says it would have to be as specific as the second. And so if I'm just conspiring in an enterprise, if I'm just saying, I hear you guys are the best robbery crew in town, I want to be part of it. And they say, okay, but you have to ante up $1,000, or we have to use your car. Pick anything you want. Give me your cell phone. Lend me $100 till payday. Any of that. As long as it ties to that enterprise, that's sufficient, and that's why the overt act itself doesn't have to be a crime. And part of what happens here is if we pile on additional requirements that aren't in the statute.
Okay, so it's just then to further the criminal objectives of the conspiracy.
Yeah.
And it's the criminal objectives of the conspiracy as alleged in the indictment, right?
Yes. So
And
if
it's
I,
not the non-criminal objectives of the conspiracy, is it?
if I wrote a haiku that didn't talk about other gangs or violence or anything else, I don't think that would do it. I agree. But the point is, that overt act doesn't get mutated into a full-fledged attempt or conspiracy of its own.
Oh, yeah, I
Because
know.
otherwise the
I mean,
statute
it can
would say
be,
that.
we're going to kidnap whomever,
Yeah.
and then we're going to kidnap their daughter or whatever. If I go by rope, that's not illegal, but that's an overt act in furtherance of our conspiracy to do bad things.
You drive by the house and you say, yeah, they're home.
Yeah.
Okay? It's
Okay.
not illegal to drive by the house, and it's not illegal to look in the window, but if it's
Okay.
part of that conspiracy,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, but the objectives of the conspiracy, I mean, the objectives, so in the indictment, there are these objectives of the enterprise, YSL, listed out, some of which
5, I think.
are criminal and some of which would not be criminal.
They have, some have non-criminal aspects to them, yes.
Some are entirely non-criminal.
Right.
And so an overt act to further one of those things would not equate to a crime, assuming all of the other elements are there,
I understand what you're saying.
right?
I think that's correct.
Legally correct? Okay.
It says, the statute says an overt act to effect the object of the conspiracy. It speaks in the singular, it doesn't preclude the
Right.
plural.
And that has to be a criminal object, right?
We're talking about, well, the object is ultimately to violate a substantive provision. And I'm not trying to mince words, I'm thinking along with you.
Yeah,
But if you're forming an enterprise, remember that an enterprise can be legal.
yeah.
And so I might, if I form an enterprise as part of this, like different from this case, but an example, I form a corporation, but I'm forming the corporation as part of a securities fraud scheme or a money laundering scheme or something like that. That can be an overt act in furtherance of the objectives of the conspiracy. It is not itself illegal. I think we all agree the overt act itself doesn't have to be illegal.
Right.
The statute says to effect the object of the conspiracy.
Right, and when it says to effect the object of the conspiracy, implied in there, but necessary, is it has to be a criminal object of the conspiracy, because it wouldn't be a conspiracy if it weren't an agreement to do something criminal.
We wouldn't be charging a conspiracy to comply with the law. That's correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Anybody need any further exposition before we get more detailed tomorrow?
No, I just want the opportunity to respond tomorrow, that's all.
Oh, absolutely. And if you want, I mean, it's only 4:20, so if you want to respond to anything right now, go ahead. But y'all wanted the afternoon to work on the directed verdict, so.
Right. And I'm going to reiterate my humble request of the state in an effort to get to the bottom of the directed verdict stuff and arguments. I know you're busy. Could someone please send over email copies of the exhibits that you have admitted? Because I think they were giving us, for most of the trial anyways, PowerPoints of the upcoming exhibits. And I think that would cut to the chase about a lot of these directed verdict. Because my memory is not perfect going back 8-9 months.
I believe Ms. Knight has started, and I thought she sent the link. I'm confirming. Are there
Okay.
certain acts that you want, because of the amount of media in some of them, they're taking a little longer? Are there certain acts, and we can talk offline.
Yeah,
Are there
yeah,
certain
yeah.
acts that we can start with first, and then get
Okay.
the other ones up?
All right.
And I assume you'll have, if you find it, whatever that law is that we're talking about on the gun count.
Yes, yes, Ron, I will forward the keys.
All right. And then y'all will have specifically a list of evidence that exists and is admitted in this trial to support every one of these counts, right? Because I'm assuming, I mean, I don't know what they're going to move for directed verdict on, but you'll have the answer as to whether there is evidence to support it. Okay.
And I'm just trying to.
All right. By tomorrow, when we take this up in the morning, like, I don't want you to say to me, oh, now that I've heard what the directed verdict is on, let me have the next 4 hours to get my response together. Because we talked about this a week and a half ago, that we were getting to this point and y'all needed to be ready with whatever y'all were going to say as the defense and whatever you were going to respond to as the state. Okay. All right. See y'all at, we want to say 9? Okay. See y'all at 9.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, guys, it looks like that is the end of the day. Let me just scroll up. Yeah, that does it. That does it for the trial for today, November 19th. What a day. We saw some shots between Kayla Bumpus and Detective Vivarito. We saw the state rest their case finally after a year of a trial. This has been so long. Why don't we go ahead and catch up on our super chats, and we are going to circle back tomorrow here. It looks like tomorrow's going to be a non-jury day, so it looks like it's going to be a lot of preparing for the directed verdict and the jury actually getting ready to possibly deliberate if the judge does not grant the motion. So it's going to be crazy, guys. And, you know, knowing Whitaker, and I'm looking at the poll, you guys don't really think that she is going to take the decision away from the jury. But wow, it's been a long ride, guys. So I think we're going to do some preparing ourselves. I know we've talked about if the case is ever over, possibly getting all of your favorite YouTubers that have covered this trial together to talk about the case in a forum or some type of setting. That would be really cool. So definitely have that on our radar too. And of course, we're going to be doing like a little mini documentary on this. It's been so long, right? It's been super long. Okay, let me come up. I think I left off over here at Mush. Shout out to Legally Diamond. Thank you for dropping this gem earlier. Really appreciate you, sis. Shout out to So For Real and True. Has been a member for 2 months. Says this is hood good. Yeah, I mean, today just went left. But do we expect that on what arguably could be the last day of trial? I mean, it's just so crazy. It's so crazy. Thank you so much. So For Real and True. Shout out to Mr. Clean with the 10. Says this is like the R. Kelly series. I can't believe it's a midget. A midget. A midget. There's always something. Thank you so much, Mr. Clean. Shout out to Nikki gifting 5 memberships. Very sweet of you, sis. Really appreciate you growing our community. Shout out to Christina, who became a member. Welcome, Christina. You're going to love it here. Shout out to Gloria with the 2. Says, I don't recall Kayla calling her a name. Yeah, I don't really follow her streams because it's hard for creators to follow creators if we're all kind of streaming at the same time and we're busy. So I didn't catch it, but you know, maybe some of you guys have. I think Legally Diamond had mentioned it. Shout out to Deshonda with the 5. Says, AV, didn't Kayla just have somebody else's baby? I'm not sure, to be honest. You know, Lead and I didn't really know Kayla before she came up on his platform. And, you know, we interviewed her and we've recently gotten to get to know her. And that's how, you know, we've learned more about her. Because I don't even think Lead knew that she had a partner. I heard her mention it, so I kind of reminded him of that. I know she has young children, so, you know, I'm not sure what her history is like, but at the same time, you want to give people their opportunity to talk about their business, their stuff, you know? So thank you so much, Deshonda. Shout out to Mush with the 2. Says, the way Hilton's reaching, torn rotator cuff. The scrambling, the scraping. Oh my gosh, it's so crazy. Thank you so much, Mush. Shout out to Yoki, who gifted 10 memberships. Yoki, this is very sweet of you. Thank you so much for doing that. I think I might have an email from you, Yoki. But thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships. Hugely generous of you. Didn't have to do it. Very sweet. If you received any of these memberships, please thank the person that's gifting it to you. Because again, it's very thoughtful of them in the spirit of Thanksgiving. Thank you so much, Yoki. Shout out to the Black Orchid, who has been a member for 3 months. Says, thank you for your dedication. Glad to be a member. Thank you so much, Black Orchid. And it's so nice because, you know, kind of thinking that we're getting close to the end of this trial. Some of you guys found me for the first time during this trial. So, like, we've been rocking together every day for months. What are we gonna do? We're gonna watch the Karen Reed trial? Like, what are we gonna do, guys? We're getting close to the end. Shout out to Jess Lee, who gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, sis. You are the best. Really appreciate you. Shout out to YSL Quez, who's been a member for a month. Said, Steele would have wrecked that burrito. Free game. I love it. Shout out to the Little Gaming Channel with 10. Says, when did Kayla and the witness get into it? Did I miss something? Oh, yes, sir, you did. But I think you're all caught up now. So thank you so much, Little Gaming Channel. Shout out to Donald. I haven't seen you in a while. Thank you so much, Donald. He sends me a $5 super sticker. Appreciate you, Donald. Thank you so much. And then shout out to Lucretia, who's been a member for 4 months. She says, still can't believe the watch is missing. I mean, this has just been twists and turns and a roundy rope. Like, watching this trial has been like playing Crash Bandicoot. You ever play that when you were a kid? Like, it's like something's always happening. Like this, you know, you got to drive over here, do this. You got to jump on a box. Something else happens. Like, every day something in this trial happens. It is crazy. It is crazy work. All right, coming to my Cash App squad. I think there's just a few of them, and then we'll end for the night. Shout out to Why So Serious with $1. Says Doug got on YSL case record. Vivarito is a hoe. Yes, I mean, I couldn't believe I heard Doug say that, but he used it. He used that word. Thank you so much, Why So Serious? And you're right, it is interesting. Shout out to Candy Yates with a 10. She says, hey sis, hope you're feeling better. I am. Thank you so much. I am almost through with this cold. But of course, people are like, AV, your voice sounds weird today. They're like, you know, you got some bass in your voice today. Like,
why are you talking like that? Your voice is so deep today and raspy. Wow.
So, you know, it's okay. I'm almost there. I'm almost done. I'm almost done with the sickness. We're almost done. Thank you so much, Lucretia. And also thank you again to Candy Yates. Shout out to Danielle, who's been a member for 2 months. She says she sent me the timestamp for the live. And she is sharing with the chat as well. So if you guys want to see that moment, you can check it out. All right, guys. Well, listen. Shout out to Sigrid, who says, please, the Karen Reed trial, one strong woman fighting like crazy. Yeah, you know, I'm thinking about doing a rewatch of that trial. It was only 30 days. And honestly, if we do it on like 1.25 speed, it's also going to help me get up to speed for her upcoming trial in January. I thought that could be something that we do here if this trial ends early. We could do like a rewatch in December and do something fun for the holidays. That way, you know, we keep it moving. We keep it moving and we're getting ready for Karen Reed. Shout out to Keita G in the chat. She says, yes, rewatch it to get the full context. I'm really excited for that. I'm really excited for that. All right, guys. Well, it looks like that does it for us today. I'm going to go ahead and get out of here, walk our YSL Luna. We'll see you tomorrow. I think that they're preparing for some of these preliminary things that need to be done before the jury begins deliberating, but it is going to be an interesting week. I will keep you all posted if we are going to stream tomorrow, definitely on Thursday, but I will keep you guys posted based off of how long crime moves tomorrow. Usually I start around 10:30, 11 anyway, so you can catch me there. If you're looking for some fun stuff, we just did a plea deal breakdown video. Check that out. We also dropped the interview with Angela, so if you're looking for more to watch, those are 2 suggestions. All right, guys, stay safe out there. I'll see you in the next one. Bye.